Good evening. I'm going to call this meeting to order. Confirmation of a quorum, City Clerk.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Yes, confirming a confirmation of the council.
All right, we have 2 items listed on closed session. I think we're only hearing one, but I'm going to refer to our city attorney to read those out.
That's correct, Madam Mayor. We will be going in tonight on item 1A, conference with legal counsel regarding existing litigation, 49ers SC Stadium Company LLC versus Santa Clara Stadium Authority, with the case number identified there. We will not be going in on item 1B, so I won't even read it out.
All right, thank you. Do we have any members of the public that would like to speak on the closed session? So please come forward. Welcome.
Thank you, Mayor Gilmore, council members. First, I want to thank everybody for their dedication and service to the city. I know we have worked out a very good deal for the Santa Clarans with the 49ers. I urge support because it's mutually beneficial to the city and to the 49ers to resolve litigation. The stadium is a wonderful asset and should be taken advantage of, but years of lawsuits had adversely affected our ability to get major performers at the stadium. Let us not continue to pay endless legal fees from our general fund. We have so many other pressing infrastructure needs, like repairs to the Central Park pool. It is my opinion that publicly available terms of the deal represent a fair and reasonable deal for all parties concerned. So I urge the City Council to approve it. I'd also ask at some time in the future if Santa Clarans could be able to purchase tickets a couple days before general sales to the public, because other venues and credit card companies do it now. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Do we have anyone else that would like to speak? Do we have anyone online, City Clerk?
No speakers online.
Okay, thank you very much. We are going to adjourn to closed session and be back at 5:30. Thank you.
Good evening, everyone, for those in chambers and those joining us online. Just an announcement that the council is in closed session and will come out in about the next 20 to 25 minutes, so closer to 6 o'clock. So just announcing that the council is in closed session and will not be out until about 6 o'clock. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. I'd like to call this meeting back to order. Thank you for your patience with us. We had an extra long closed session today. So confirmation of a quorum, again, City Clerk?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Yes, confirming confirmation of the City Council.
Okay, thank you so much. So next, we're going to go into our study session, which is a review of the proposed fiscal year 2024-25 and fiscal year 2025-26 biennial capital improvement program budget and fiscal year 24-25 operating budget amendments. We'll go to our Director of Finance, Ken Lee. Welcome, Ken.
Great. Thank you so much, Mayor. Good evening, Honorable Mayor, City Council. Ken Lee, Director of Finance. Appreciate the opportunity tonight to talk about the budget. This is the time of year over the next almost 2 months. We'll be before you several times to receive your questions, your feedbacks, your comments, and also hear public comment as well before, with the goal of an adoption of the budget before the July 1st fiscal year. Tonight's agenda, I'll talk a little bit about process and overview for the budget. I want to spend some time talking about our 10-year financial forecast and provide an update. I will go into a line item by line item detail on many projects within the capital budget and some of the funding that's provided. I will discuss briefly, we do have a 2-year adopted operating budget, so I'll talk about some of the amendments included in this budget as part of that mid-year refresh. A touch on how this budget relates to our priority setting that the City Council had last month, and then take up questions and answers. And I know that because of time, we'll take a lot of those questions now, and if there's there is another study session in a month, we'll be happy to provide written responses if we run out of time. The budget calendar for those at home that might be watching. This budget process actually is almost a full year-round cycle. It starts out in October and November. Our budget analysts work very hard and interact with each of our city departments to identify capital project needs. And then there's a deliberative process with our management team, City Manager's Office, to get this proposed budget before you. I want to focus here on the last 3 dates here, May 7th, June 4th, and June 25th. Those are the opportunities for the council to weigh in, and then staff will provide feedback to some of the questions that we hear with the goal of June 25th as the adoption. I do want to pause here and acknowledge I do have the budget team here led by Margaret McCann, our budget manager, Tess, Tien, and Maxine. They're our budget analysts that interface with our departments. They work very hard, late nights, weekend hours to get this document before you. I know it's a lot of reading, but I did want to acknowledge them.
We have coffee in the back room if you need some.
We have a great team. So getting into the proposed budget itself, I want to remind the council and those at home that we do have 2-year budget cycles. And what that means is every 2 years, the council reviews and approves an operating budget, and that was done this past June of 2023. What we have before you is a 2-year capital budget that focuses on our facilities and equipment. A lot of the facilities you see around here, City Hall, our fire stations, our libraries, our community centers. We do have a handful of adjustments to the operating budget that was adopted last year. That's in the appendix of the document, and I'll highlight some of the key changes. And then overall, our total amended budget of $1.35 billion before you. That's up roughly from 1.23 with the last adoption of the operating budget. A lot of activity, over $1 billion of spending that's before you for council approval. When you look specifically at the capital budget over the next 2 years, fiscal year 24-25 and 25-26, $642.6 million, a very large number, a lot of projects that we have planned for delivery through our departments. And then over the 5-year capital planning process, over $1 billion. On this next slide, I want to talk about just on an overall basis, our capital program is what we would call a mixed bag. We're well funded for our utilities. About 88% of our budget is in the areas of utilities, and we'll talk about those infrastructures that's needed to keep our services consistent, continuous, and without interruption. However, there are investments in projects with dedicated funding sources, but there are areas that we do fall short, and I've been before the board many times over the last several years to talk about our unfunded infrastructure, and I'll talk again about that and how this budget fits in. With regards to the general fund projects, or the projects that are funded primarily in the general fund, we do have a capital projects reserve that used to be close to $3.5 million less than a year ago. We did have an allocation of excess funds from last fiscal year that the board approved for this reserve, so that brought it up to $23.9 million. This budget recommends the use of $15 million of that reserve, and then $1 million that was set aside in the last two-year CIP. There is a need for ongoing dedicated capital funding. I will repeat that like a broken record to move beyond our pay-as-you-go system. It is important just on our work plan to find and achieve a dedicated way to fund projects. As you know, the unfunded list is large, and over time, the goal here fiscally is to find a revenue stream to help address that. On the operating side, the operating budget includes updates to revenue, labor, non-personnel, resource and production costs. So we do work with our departments to update some of those costs based on the latest labor contracts, revenue estimates. A couple things to note: our general fund structural deficit does remain, and I'll provide an update in a few slides. There's no capacity for restorations, expansions. I talked about the need for ongoing capital dollars and adding to our reserve. So there still is a lot of need out there. And so this budget, while it carries on many of our services, improves it from COVID, still well short of expectations. There is a small general fund shortfall with this mid-year check-in, and our recommendation is to use reserves to balance that, and then as we embark on the next two-year operating budget, we'll do a more in-depth review of both that structural deficit as well as some of the needs in our departments. And then that last bullet, can't emphasize enough, it's a large book. We can't do it without the help of our department. So you see a lot of our department staff here to my right. Appreciate the collaboration to get this budget through. For those that love numbers, on a budgeting perspective, we do, and many government agencies do, account for our dollars through what we call government fund accounting. And so across the various categories here, the general fund, I just want to highlight with this budget before you for 24-25, the first time that number cracks above $300 million, so slow incremental change. So our largest category here, enterprise funds, $940 million or so with our amended budget. A large number of that is in our electric SVP departments, Silicon Valley Power, as well as our water, sewer, solid waste, and our utility delivery. I do want to highlight here the category of debt funds. Some of those numbers go up and down depending on the projects and the bond financing anticipated for those projects. So all in all, $1.4 billion here spread out by governmental fund. So on this slide, I want to take a minute to talk about our economic conditions, and I like always to start out at the national level. So on the upper right hand chart, we partner with UCLA Anderson School of Consulting for their forecast. A lot of the economists you might hear, if you track the headlines, had forecasted a recession later this calendar year. A lot of them have backed off. They do still forecast a softening, and this chart reflects national real GDP growth later this fiscal year, largely due to the slowing down of the economy because of our interest rates and inflation. Some of those numbers have stabilized, but still economists are tracking that very closely and looking ahead. When it comes to unemployment, the bottom right table here, just as a nation, 3.5%, that's a tick up from last year. In California, an increase to 5.1%, up a percentage point from December. And then when you get to the local area, about a little more than 1.5% increase up to 4.1%, largely due to just the makeup of the industry within the area and some of the implications on the employment market. On the left-hand side here, just from a real estate and development services standpoint, our city and our region remains strong. There is a fall-off or a drop-off in the number of single-family homes closed in that bottom left chart based on interest rates. And then from a pricing standpoint, we do see a little bit of softening there, but still remains very high, and that provides just some general broad context with how our region is doing. When it comes to our general fund, we do a 10-year forecast, and many people ask, why 10 years? Ken, how do you have a crystal ball? And what I'd like to say is, given the information we have today, this is our best projections, both on our revenues and our expenses, and every year we do a review of hundreds of different line items and provide an update to the council, just from a planning context and a fiscal context. So what we see here is, within our structural deficit, it grows to about $19 million over in about 6 or 7 years out. There's many factors contributing to that. CalPERS projected growth in terms of expected contributions. And so many different assumptions used with this forecast. We will, as we endeavor on the next 2-year operating budget cycle, start to tackle some of the numbers here in 25, 26, and 26, 27. In the box below that, just my caveats in terms of what's in and what's out. The last bullet there, I know there's ongoing conversations regarding the stadium and potential ongoing litigation, and so this forecast does not assume any of those numbers potentially either for stadium and then for the related project as some of those future phases have become uncertain in terms of the timing. From a revenue standpoint here in that forecast for 24-25, almost $300 million in general fund revenues. About 61% focused on the large 3 tax areas: property tax, sales tax, or transient occupancy tax or hotel tax. We have diversified this number. This used to be 2/3 with some of the recent ballot measures, a couple other categories here ticking up, and that is good from a diversity standpoint for our general fund revenues. On the expense side, we are a service organization. 3/4 of our budget is our staff and the associated costs with personnel. When it comes to our departments here, over half of the budget's allocated to the very important police and fire departments, and the other supporting departments here highlighted just based on percentage of our forecasted budget. So in the next section, I wanted to switch gears and talk about the capital budget in detail, and I wanted to start it out with some accomplishments and highlights, and I know the pictures speak more than the words, so I'll just highlight here on the right a new bathroom or restroom for Fairway Glen Neighborhood Park. The second bullet and the second picture there, new playground areas and picnic areas at Montague Park that was recently opened, and then a significant completion of Magical Bridge Playground over at Central Park here with a projected opening date in summer of 2024. When we go down the list, a lot of the accomplishments highlighted by our departments here with regards to our standby generators to provide continuity of electricity for key service areas. You might have seen the new generator right behind the City Council chamber. So phase 1 was substantially completed. Ongoing planning and looking at phase 2. There are some areas in the city that do not have standby generators, so we've identified some of those and prioritized potentially for future funding in the event some of the dollars materialize. Second bullet here, there has been a lot of improvements at our convention center on the interior. We do have some additional dollars at that facility, but if you've walked that facility, you've seen the different colors, the carpeting, the paint, and some of the signage and offerings provided there. The third bullet here with regards to SVP and just the Grizzly line that was severed during one of the fires in 2021, that's been replaced and is operational. A substation, Oaks Junction, was completed and energized, and then some of the planning activities around downtown was also completed late last year. This next slide with accomplishments around our sewer and our storm infrastructure, some of the work that's necessary to make sure that the sewers continue to flow. We do a closed TV inspection of a number of infrastructure lines. There are hundreds of thousands of linear feet that then undergo a flushing and jetting just to make sure they're cleaned and operational. And then for those sections that do require repairs, the Water and Sewer Department come in and perform the necessary repairs. With regards to our storm pump station, a couple key highlights here. Our Laurelwood pump station was completed recently, and then a grant was provided to the city for one of the neighborhoods, Anna Drive neighborhood, for flood protection. And then lastly, just with regards to the storm sewer system as it relates to water quality that gets flows to the bay, a number of trash capture devices were included and installed within our system. And then as we get closer to some of the services around transportation, the shuttle that was implemented and launched last year, completion of 42 lane miles of our street pavement, and wanted to note that we did get an updated pavement condition index report. Our index was reported at 76, right below the target of 80, so still some work to do, but good news in terms of where that landed. Some of the school safety infrastructure, completion of improvements in crosswalks, and then when it comes to technology, some of the improvements around our HR benefits enrollment as well as our GIS program. Now I want to shift gears to our general fund capital projects reserve. I did mention that we do have a limited balance, a modest balance when compared to our need of $23.9 million. Our budget proposes to allocate $16 million, 15 from that reserve, $1 million from projects identified in the last CIP, and just shows that those dollars are proposed to be spread pretty evenly and distributed to a lot of the most critical urgent needs that were identified by our departments. The next few slides, I'll talk about where those dollars specifically go on a line item by line item basis. You know, within the City Hall campus, gutter and repairs, LED lights based on state law, planning for EV charging, our EOC security, some of the upgrades around that facility identified by our OES director, maintaining our historic buildings, Morse Mansion, and not the entire need that's required, but enough to keep it going, as well as City Hall. We do have dollars in here for our fire training tower. Not every need, but the most critical urgent needs around the stairs and some of the railings, and then some dollars around the Triton. So in general, when you take a step back at this list, it's a list of projects needed to keep our existing inventory just up to date. When you look at community facilities, our libraries, our parks facilities, we have a project in here related to public safety radio coverage in the underground parking lot that was identified by our library department as well as our public safety team. Planning and construction, I know that the topic of our International Swim Center has been before the council repeatedly over the last several months, and so a placeholder of $1 million here, knowing that there's ongoing planning and efforts to determine what's the quickest and most efficient way to evaluate and potentially open that facility. Those dollars, I know, is not the full need at that facility. We'll as those plans progress, potentially allocate additional dollars or look for other revenue sources to fund that. On our north side branch, one of the highest priority needs in that branch was identified related to the materials handling system, so some dollars here to replace and make the return and return the books back to the inventory quicker. A study on our senior center swimming pool, or the natatorium, just in recognition of some of the issues there related to the HVAC and humidity issues. And then the bottom line item here, just the park allocation to keep our parks operational when we get a call for a broken bench, a playground structure, and there's a need to go out immediately to address critical urgent needs and allocation from an annual basis. Around our storm infrastructure, I don't want to talk about every line item, but really the dollars here are generated both to maintain and operate our critical storm infrastructure to prevent floods, There are dollars in here to start some of the design work around our stormwater infrastructure to potentially apply for future grants. And there are dollars in here just to keep the pumps running. I know that in our recent large floods or storms, we've had some issues where we had to bring out some urgent temporary pumps. So some of the dollars in here are definitely included to keep those pumps operational during major storm events. Then when it comes to technology and equipment, some of the dollars here focused on key areas to maintain our data center with our HVAC and fire systems. I know we did have an alert a couple months ago with regards to temperatures in our data center, so some very key dollars allocated here. Cybersecurity, as the hackers are getting more sophisticated, some dollars here to really enhance our cybersecurity at the city. And then public safety dollars around PPE, the turnouts for our firefighters, computers within our police cars, and which is critical to communicate with our 911 dispatch. And then some dollars around our financial and HR management systems. So you can see here just the investment around our technology and equipment within the city. And then on this last slide, transportation, one of the key highlighted areas just within our surveys of critical infrastructure. I know that our Public Works Director's been before the board around our need around ADA planning and transition. Here's a small, modest amount to continue some of those improvements within our public right-of-way. Bridge maintenance program, sidewalk, curb gutters, importance of keeping our tree canopy healthy, and then some of the engineering and consultant support based on ad hoc requests. So in all, just a line item review of that $16 million within the general fund. On this slide, just to talk about the unfunded capital needs, again, you're very familiar with some of these pictures. Our swim center, our storm pumps in the upper left, our playgrounds on the bottom, just decades old of many of our infrastructure, our fire stations on the right, and then our streets. And so there has been an evaluation. We do this every 2 years with our departments to identify what are the capital needs within our city, and how do we go forward and plan for funding those. And so on this slide, just to highlight about $625 million of identified needs over the 5 years CIP planning process. A lot of those are in our community facilities, our administrative facilities, our parks, our fire stations, our storm drainage system. And then on the left, we wanted to do an inventory. We have additional needs beyond those identified over a 5-year period over various studies. Our storm drain master plan, almost $300 million of need. Not all of that is within the $625 million identified here. We do have both needs within our bike and pedestrian master plan. The ADA transition plan that was presented before the board, almost $750 million. So when you look at all the master planning and studies that have been done, well north of $1.5 billion in terms of unfunded capital needs. With regards to our International Swim Center, I just wanted to touch base again on both the $1 million that's included in this budget for potential to explore and fund potential options to reopen the facility if it's determined that either options are different or a different direction is going to be used, that those funds could be reallocated for those identified purposes as those items are identified moving forward. And then that last bullet here, we are working to find money under every stone we can, and so working with our lobbyists to advocate for some funding through our Assembly member Lowe. The next section, I know I highlighted a lot of the projects by general fund, but there are a lot of other funds, as you can see here. Our electric utility, our sewer, two of our largest programs, just from a 2-year perspective, a 5-year planning perspective, over $1 billion. And I'll touch on, I won't read every item here, but by theme, our budget's organized by theme area. And when you include some of the other funding sources in here, administrative facilities, I've mentioned all of those specific line items in here. But as I go through the themes, community facilities, we do have non-general fund dollars, such as our Mitigation Fee Act, Quimby Act dollars. We do get developer contributions in certain areas. So I want to highlight some of the key areas here. We do have dollars in here also for some of the design work around our parks programs, just to gear those projects up for potential future funding. I know the topic of lawn bowling facilities is before the board several times, and so we do have the $175,000 that was identified several years ago in here. Not enough to fully fund an improvement at that facility, but it's earmarked for the future. When it comes to our convention center, some of the pictures here and some of the improvements include the replacement of an air wall system in the grand ballroom. Those are the walls that are needed to divide that room depending on the size of the convention. That was the highest need that was identified by our operator. There are dollars included in the budget for upgrades to the bathrooms and also completion of some of the wayfinding and digital signs that you see within our convention center. And those dollars entirely were used based on performance of the convention center in prior years and some of the dollars set aside through our operating convention center fund. With regards to our electric utility and our electric department, the focus here is really on our growth plan. I know our director, Pineda, has been before the board, and so a lot of dollars around our North receiving station, our Kiefer receiving station, our Scott receiving station. Those are big projects that's critical to our growth plan and will require some bond financing later this fiscal year. Later this calendar year, excuse me, and so we'll be back before the board. And then some of the other projects here around our transmission lines, NRS, KRS, 115 kV lines, just to ensure the reliability of our electric infrastructure within the city. This slide just highlights the catch-all of other projects, mainly just our development-related projects related in Tasmanese, as well as the 5-year funding needed to support all the public work projects, our staff. So this is just our allocation. When it comes to parks and trails, I mentioned some of the playground projects and the design. The budget includes a design for Earl Carmichael, Mary Gomez, Maywood Park. Some of the outreach efforts there, more additional funds would be needed to fully construct those projects here. I talked about the park improvements, so just the dollars needed to maintain our park facilities. You can see in these pictures, the metal slides, the sand, and the wood, decades-old playground infrastructure. In our sewer area, the picture on the bottom left, some of the closed video cameraing of the system, as well as the jetting and cleaning out of the system, the assessments and the improvements around our sewer capital program. Our largest contribution here is related to our partnership with our Santa Clara wastewater treatment plant, and funding comes through mainly our customer service charges. In the solid waste area, a lot of activity around our closed landfills, our public works departments, monitors some of the wells out there, some of the landfill gas collection system that's required based on our air quality requirements, regional air quality requirements, and those are funded through our solid waste fees. In our storm drain area, I talked a lot about the pumps and some of the dollars in the budget with the goal of obtaining grants where we can. And so the dollars and the priority here is really to gear up for some of the grants that have been identified and we'll be pursuing in the next 2 to 3 years. In our transportation area, dollars, primarily our gas tax receipts, our SB1 receipts through the state vehicle registration fees, dollars through our county, as well as our developer-provided mitigation fees, supplement our modest general fund contributions here. So you can see over 5 years, $46 million to maintain and repave our streets. Some of the planning around our Tasman and North San Jose areas, the signals, crosswalks, curb and gutters, street trees, as well as dollars, grant dollars around our shuttle with Cupertino. Water and recycled water, the purple pipe, our distribution, some dollars needed just to provide both expansion as well as replacement, restoration, ground improvements, and then some of the communications between some of the wells and our monitoring station. Technology and equipment, I talked a lot about our financial and HR management system, and so we do have a long list of improvements to carry on just to make our internal processes more efficient. And we are consulting, or we do have active projects with at least 3 or 4 consultants to do some improvements around our ERP system. Other projects here I did touch on, wanted to just highlight on this page just to summarize. So shifting gears here, with regards to our operating budget, our budget does include changes to the 2-year operating budget that was approved in June 2023. It updates the line item revenues as we looked at how we were performing both in the general fund as well as other funds. It makes adjustments based on labor contracts that have been approved since the last budget was adopted, provides updates to our resource costs and production within our utilities, provides position upgrades and reclassifications in key areas, and a lot of those details are provided in the appendix section of the 2-year proposed capital budget. I did want to highlight just within those budget actions, there were limited areas where current year savings is recommended to be carried over. We worked with some departments and to identify some key areas with regards to police park patrols, and I know that that was identified as a priority through priority setting. This budget does restore $230,000 of park patrols on weekdays during the afternoon hours and on weekends during the daytime. This has been critical. We've had some complaints just with regards to vandalism and some of the issues in our parks. This will help keep our parks safer. Our library hours, in an effort to improve, I know that with the hiring of many of the positions within the library departments, we have expanded our service hours. The dollars in this budget is provided to expand an additional 4 hours of service at Central Park Library on Sundays. And some of that planning has been initiated and started and underway. And then the third sub-bullet here in the middle, senior trips, some feedback received, and given the net cost of $13,000, a recommendation in here just to restore and allocate some money there. The last bullet I can't emphasize enough, we are still in an environment where we have a structural deficit. As we get deeper into the 2-year operating budget next year, we'll talk more about and evaluate more of these services and the opportunities to potentially both close the gap and maximize our services to our community. With regards to our reserves, our general fund has 3 key reserves. Our budget stabilization reserve, this is really the rainy day fund. If there's a major earthquake or event that's where this is needed to float operations, we did tap this reserve through COVID as our 3rd largest revenue category dropped by 90%. And so the target really is 25% or 3 months of our operations. We are at roughly 17.6% with this budget. It's slightly above the reduced level of 15% that was temporarily at least proposed through COVID. And our goal really is to get back to that 25%. And we'll need to evaluate and make headways over the next several years just based on dollars that potentially may occur at the end of the year. Our land sale reserve, which by policy proceeds used from the sale of land is allocated for those purposes, so $18.5 million, and then the capital project reserve that I talked about. And so when you combine that and look at the dollars with our pension trust, which is set aside for our pension liability, here are the general fund dollars in our reserves and those balances, the changes in those balances with this budget. This slide shows at least with regards to our budget stabilization reserve, we were at a point where right before COVID, we were at $80 million, a little bit above 25% of that budget. We are, our goal here, at least our trend, is to restore dollars back to that reserve. We are in the right direction, but anticipate it'll take at least several years to get back to that 25%. When we were going through those tough COVID years, we did have significant one-time sources that were used, almost $90 million when you consider our budget stabilization reserve, our land sale reserve, our stimulus dollars. So those reserves are critical and were critical during those urgent times. Shifting gears here to our council priority setting, I know through that two-day process, late March, early April, a very thorough process that identified a lot of needs. There are a list of priorities that we received from our consultant just approximately 2 weeks ago, so very recent. Our staff is working along with all our departments to identify both timing, resources, and budget that would be necessary to carry out some of those priorities. That analysis will come back before the board separately at a later date. We do have a very modest $250,000 that was allocated late last year, acknowledging that the list is long and there's a lot of dollars that would be required to carry out those projects. We would have to come back with separate appropriation actions based on this budget as part of that analysis later on this calendar year. And so that leaves us to, that concludes the presentation. I do want to acknowledge both budget staff as well as department staff are here to hear the questions. If we don't have time to answer all of them, we will definitely respond in writing so that all those questions are made known to the public. And at the next study session in June, we'll make sure that we can continue this evaluation and receive the feedback. So I appreciate the time. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Lee, for your thorough presentation, and thank you to your staff who worked so hard to put everything together. We really appreciate it. I'm going to start with the council members. If there's questions, Councilmember Jane.
Thank you, Director Lee. Like they say, drinking from the fire hose. I had a question about storm drains. I've been particularly concerned about storm drains. It seems like we're allocating $4.5 million in this budget, but I see here in the staff report, it says that the unfunded CIP by theme is $45 million in unfunded for storm drain. But then later in the same page, it says the storm drain master plan is $290 million. In 2018 dollars. So I'm trying to reconcile 45 million versus 290 million and how we're going to get there. And then, you know, you show that the unfunded CIP is $226 million. And I know we've discussed bond measures and such. You know, this is kind of our knowns or our known issues. Things come up all the time. Do you think that the bond will get us through most of these things? Because I see Parks and Trails is $117 million. So will the bond really alleviate quite a bit of this? Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other council members have questions? One question, Ken, when you're ready.
Okay, great. Thank you, Councilmember Jane, for those two questions. I'll talk about the storm drain and some of the numbers, and I know Mike Liu is in our audience. If he wants to provide additional color, happy to invite him up. So the storm drain, there's a large need with regards to our storm infrastructure. There is, based on the most urgent projects, $4.5 million or so allocated. The $45 million on the one slide are known needs, the most urgent needs identified over a 5-year period, knowing that, you know, we're going to have limited dollars that would satisfy all the needs for the storm drain. On that same slide, there was a master plan that was done several years ago that identified $290 million of need. And so with working with the Public Works departments, identifying, knowing that we are not going to get full funding to be able to solve $290 million in projects, what are the most critical projects if we were to receive funding and to accomplish over a 5-year period. And so that's the $45 million. That $45 million is really a subset of that larger 290, but really prioritizing the most urgent needs with regards to our storm infrastructure. How do we get there? I mean, there's the potential for a bond that could make a significant dent in that $45 million or some other number. Other cities, and we are exploring this, other cities have dedicated fees for storm or storm sewer fee, infrastructure fee, both to pay for infrastructure as well as for operational storm permit requirements and the programs necessary. So that is one area of a revenue that's on our short list of potential options down the road. We know other cities do it. We are exploring some of the legal issues around that and potential for maybe a future ballot as a new source of some of those dollars. With regards to the unfunded bond, on that slide, $625 million or so identified across many, many different theme areas. Again, the methodology there is our departments looked at what projects over the next 5 years, and $600 million over 5 years is a lot of projects that, if we were to get funding, would be a huge lift for us to do. A bond, depending on the size, depending on the prioritization, depending on what the voters come back with as the most urgent needs, would be substantial to make a dent in that $625 million. Would it be able to erase all of that? It would make a sizable dent. We need every dollar that we have available, plus new dollars to address the backlog of our unfunded infrastructure, and then an ongoing strategy to keep that infrastructure maintained moving forward. So this is a work effort that's been years in the making with the goal here of potential bond this coming November. Those discussions will be brought before the board separately with council consideration in the June-July timeframe for a decision point on that bond.
I didn't quite understand your answer. The 626, you're saying we need to spend that in 5 years, but the bond is a 30-year bond, right? So how do we reconcile those two timeframes?
Sure. So from a planning standpoint, working with our departments, because we do a 5-year CIP, we've identified projects that are not funded that if we had dollars, they would program into the CIP. Obviously, $600 million is a significant amount of money. Those would have to, if a funding source is identified, those would have to be spread out over time. With regards to a bond, imagine that a bond, depending on the size, would be phased in different tranches, so to speak, for how we could complete those projects. Definitely, if we receive $600 million or some number, that would make a sizable effort, but that would be phased out over potentially 3 to 6 to 8 years, depending on resources. The term of the bond payoff typically is a 30-year payoff, so that's not the implementation timeline. That's when we finance those bonds and we issue those bonds in the market. The implementation timeline is anywhere from 3 to 8 years, roughly speaking, over several tranches, depending on the size. But the payback of those bonds once they're issued is over 30 years from the date of when they're issued.
Thank you.
All right, any other council questions? If not, I'm going to go to the public. All right, seeing none, Vikas, you're up. Welcome.
Thank you for the opportunity, Madam Mayor and council members. I appreciate the reference to the ISC. Well, sorry, let me introduce myself. My name is Vikas Gupta, and I'm representing Santa Clara Aquatics Foundation. I'm the president of the nonprofit that was recently started. It supports aquatics in our community, including the 3 legendary aquatics clubs, the Santa Clara Swim Club, the Dive Club, and the Artistic Swimming. So I am glad and appreciate the references to ISC and improvements and rebuilding and all that Director Lee mentioned. We do need the pool to be reopened temporarily this summer. Otherwise, there's a huge impact to our community. And so I know that there's effort being made, and I continue to urge you to not take no for an answer and really push forward. You can say no to a few things, such as wasted money on steps that are entirely temporary, such as an interior fencing that the line item said $300,000 for that, which can be easily achieved through a yellow tape and some liability waivers for the participants. A letter was submitted to you, Madam Mayor, and the city manager outlining the proposal that we have. And I look forward to working together and collaborating and making this happen for our community. I also want to mention I'm wearing the CCS Championship shirt. This event used to be held at ISC in the past. For the last 2 years, it hasn't been held. And I bring this up because it's a substantial loss to the community in terms of revenue. We could have, as a city and the community, we could have easily generated tens of thousands of dollars through just this one event, but we've lost that opportunity. So thank you for letting me speak here. Thanks.
Thank you, and I received those letters and are working with the city manager, and we're going to be talking about them very soon. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, for your attention.
Is there any other public members that would like to speak? Anybody online? City Clerk? No? All right, well, thank you very much. Again, when are we hearing this again? In June? June 4th.
June 4th, Mayor.
All right, so any other comments, or if you have questions, you can bring them back on June 4th. Thank you so much. And we have about 2 minutes to our 7 o'clock meeting. So if anybody wants to take a very quick break, go ahead and take a break, please. Thank you. To call this city council meeting to order. Thank you all for coming. Could you please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance and remain standing for our statement of values? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
As we gather, we humbly seek blessings upon this meeting. May we act with strength, courage, and the will to perform our obligations and duties to our people with justice to all. Let us seek wisdom so that we may act in the best interests of our people, our neighbors, and our country. All this we ask so we may serve our community with fairness and respect, putting their needs before all.
Thank you. Please be seated. City Clerk?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Councilmember Board Member Watanabe. Here. Councilmember Board Member Shahal.
Present.
Councilmember Board Member Hardy.
Present.
Councilmember Board Member Park.
Here.
Councilmember Board Member Jane.
Here.
Vice Mayor, Vice Chair Becker.
Here.
Mayor and Chair Gilmore.
Here.
Thank you. The AB 23 announcement, members of the Santa Clara Stadium Authority, Sports and Open Space Authority, and Housing Authority are entitled to receive $30 for each attended meeting. Statement of behavioral standards. The City of Santa Clara has adopted a code of ethics and values and behavioral standards for public meetings to promote and maintain the highest levels of conduct. This includes mutual respect, robust discussion, and allowing city business to be done in an efficient and consistent manner. Please note that as a presiding officer, the mayor's and chair's direction in matters of process and decorum should be followed, and that use of the gavel indicates all conversations must conclude, and everyone in attendance should come to order and attention. Welcome and thank you for your participation. For those joining us this evening in the capacity of a registered lobbyist, we ask you to please identify yourself as such and disclose the clients or organizations that you represent. This is pursuant to Code Section 2.155.110. Thank you.
Thank you. So good evening, everyone, and welcome. For today's meeting, the council's back in person, and it's conducting its meeting in a hybrid manner. The public is welcome to attend in person, and the city continues to use a Zoom feature to allow participation from the safety of your home or office. Members of the public can still join via the link and or call into the Zoom meeting phone number shown on the screen now. If you'd like to speak on an agenda item or during public presentations, please raise your hand on the Zoom application or press *9 on your phone. Please only raise your hand while the last item you're seeking to, so sorry, I lost my place. Please only raise your hand while the item you're seeking to speak on is presented. Staff will enter your name or the last 4 digits of your phone number, and I'll call on you to speak. As a friendly reminder, members of the public have 2 minutes to speak on an agenda item and 3 minutes on public presentations, and those are reserved for topics that are not on the agenda. Prior to each agenda item, staff will lower your hand to ensure members of the public are seeking to speak on the appropriate agenda item. So we'll move now on to the council agenda. So reports of action taken in closed session, City Attorney.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Council did meet earlier this evening on item 1A on the closed session agenda. However, there was no reportable action with respect to that item. Council did not meet on item 1B. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, City Attorney. All right, moving on to continuances, exceptions, reconsiderations. Do we have any from the council? Councilmember Watanabe?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Yes, I would like to make a motion requesting a reconsideration of the municipal fee schedule that was voted on last Tuesday and then reconsidered without the knowledge of the residents who had been here in person to speak on behalf of the youth sports fields fees. I had complaints from residents who were concerned about the lack of transparency of the vote that was taken after they left this meeting, thinking that the youth sports fee was being waived. So I am making a motion to ask for that reconsideration of the municipal fee schedule, Mayor.
All right, and you were in the prevailing?
I was on the prevailing side, yes. It was a 6-1 vote.
All right, City Attorney, are you?
Thank you, Madam Mayor.
You're just looking
Yes,
at me.
no, that's absolutely in order. And I'd like to add something to that, too. I'd heard that might be something that might be done. Mayor, when you raised the issue and concern about folks having left, I had indicated my understanding of the policy that while that would be a best practice, the council could proceed, that night, because you could.
I remember
You are
clearly.
allowed.
Yeah.
You are allowed to take action, on the night of. However, the policy does provide that if people have left, that is not part of what the reconsideration policy is. So I actually will speak just as a matter of, legal advice that I gave, that the advice I gave was not consistent with the policy, and that it certainly would be appropriate for council to consider a reconsideration on the item. I might suggest, though, Mayor, since a lot of the other fees really weren't at issue, that the motion be targeted and referred to, just the policies that were actually identified in the council referral, that went with that action, if you recall. And in effect, what that would do is it would accelerate the referral and have that brought
I
back
don't
to
think
all
that's
of
the
you for
motion to
consideration.
accelerate the referral.
I'm sorry, Madam Mayor?
City Attorney, I don't think the motion's to accelerate the referral. I think it's to,
No. I'm saying the practical effect of it will be, Madam
what
Mayor.
you're
So
saying.
if it's a motion to
right.
reconsider, I'm suggesting it be targeted to those, fees that people had issues with, and there absolutely would be on the agenda when staff's able to bring it back. Again, if the motion passes, the staff would include it as an option would be to change what you did with respect to those fees that were of concern. So I just wanted to add that for the benefit of folks. You're not supposed to talk about it substantively, tonight, but I'm adding for your consideration the fact that the appropriate advice to give for me at that meeting would be that any motion for reconsideration should have been heard at the next meeting.
I
and not at this
100%
one.
agree, and I disagreed with you that night, that it shouldn't have been heard. So I'm glad to hear that you looked into this further, because it was wrong. But we have a full house here, so I'm going to second the motion, but ask that we refer it to after special orders of business, because I think there's going to be some discussion about that, and I don't want everyone here to be waiting. So are you okay with that? Okay, I'm just going to take the reconsideration after the special orders of business, and we can discuss it further. Are there any other reconsiderations or continuances by the city staff? Okay, seeing none, we are going to go into our special orders of business. And so, let me see here.
Excuse me, Madam Mayor.
Yes.
Just a point of clarification, either through you or through the attorney. Is there a motion on the floor?
Well, I want to revisit reconsiderations after special
see.
orders of
Okay.
business. I'll ask Councilmember Watanabe to remake her motion then.
Yeah, and Mayor,
Because of the full house here.
And that's certainly fine for you to organize it.
Just to move it around.
In that way, absolutely. I just wanted to be clear, though, the action would just be to reconsider it for a future agenda meeting.
No,
It couldn't be tonight.
I
Very
know,
good. Yep.
yes. Thank you, City Attorney. All right, so we're going to go into our first, and there are two special orders together. The first of our two agenda items is the City Council will recognize the outgoing youth commissioners, and we will take action on the 2024-2025 Youth Commission appointments. So I'd like to invite our Youth Commission staff liaison, Gail Achijo, to the podium to acknowledge the outgoing commissioners and to share some information about our new appointees. Welcome.
Thank you, Mayor, and City Council. First, we'd like to recognize the 6 outgoing youth commissioners. We appreciate the service that these commissioners have provided the community and wish the best for they continue their service in education. Arab Gutta has served 5 terms. Fatima Ismail has served 2 terms. Khadija Khan has served 4 terms. Keith Mabin has served 2 terms, and most recently has been our chair. Sidepti Ravipati has served 2 terms, and Sarah Zero has served 4 terms. Thank you for the commitment to Santa Clara, and as Mayor mentioned, we'll present these words after our next item.
Right. So thank you. Would you like to move ahead now, Gail, for the next item, our incoming youth commissioners?
Yes. So next, for the 2024-25 Youth Commission appointments, on March 16th, 19 candidates were interviewed for the 2024-25 Youth Commission term. At the end of our process, 6 candidates and 3 alternates were recommended for appointment. In addition, there are 9 commissioners eligible for reappointment. The youth commissions are Santa Clara residents between the ages of 12 and 19. They may serve up to 6 one-year terms. For the consideration of the mayor and council, I would like to announce the recommended candidates, alternates, and eligible returning members for the 2024-25 Youth Commission term. So the recommended reappointment for returning commissioners eligible for the 24-25 term: Namita Gaidani, Simran Garg, Ryan Kim, Mariam Ismail, Kira Lang, Malia Martin, Samaria Mehta, Haranya Parekh, and Samar Sharek. Candidates recommended for appointment for a 2024-25 term: Juliana R.S. Hernandez, Alyssa Domingo, Shrika Gopiasetti, Neha Esrani, Rebecca Coons, and Brian Rong. Candidates also recommended for conditional appointment as alternates for the 24-25 term: Mateo Espinal, Neharia Opalpati, and Anisha Benvu. So thank you, Mayor and Council, for considering this recommendation.
Thank you so much, Gail. So I'm going to ask the council now, could I please have a motion to appoint the new youth commissioners, 2024-2025 youth
So moved.
commissioners?
Second.
So City Clerk, we have a motion and a second to appoint the commissioners. Councilmember Park made the motion, Councilmember Chahal second. Please register your vote. Got to make it official. And that passes unanimously. Let's give them a round of applause. So I'm going to head down there for the awards, and then we can have all of our youth commissioners, outgoing and incoming, up here for a photo.
Keith Maben. Khadija Khan. Fatima Ismail. And Sarah Zhu. The other 2 commissioners had a school conflict. Oh, this is Sarah Zhu. Another 2. And this is our next.
Welcome. Come on up and we can figure out how to take photos here. And the council, come up, stand up, and
Yeah. A lot of hair in the way.
Then move then.
Thank you.
So next, the city proclaims May as Asian American Pacific Islander Heritage Month in Santa Clara. Santa Clara is home to a diverse AAPI community. This month celebrates the contributions that Asian Americans, Native Hawaiians, and Pacific Islanders have made to our history and our culture. We are honored to have two groups here this evening to accept the proclamations for the AAPI Heritage Month. First, we have a special performance brought to us by our first group, the Korean American Senior Citizens of Santa Clara. I would like to invite Il-hyun Kim to perform a traditional Korean dance to celebrate AAPI Heritage Month. And for those who may recognize her, she was at our State of the City last October and dancing as well. So welcome. Turn this on. Thank you so much. That was absolutely gorgeous. So now I would like to invite Angela Choi from the Korean American Senior Citizens, you don't look like a senior citizen, of Santa Clara to the podium to speak, and thank you for bringing the group today. So please come forward, Angela.
I would like to apologize in advance if I go a little bit over time, so please stop me if I do. Yeah. Okay. All right. Good evening, Mayor Gilmore, City Council members, and staff, and valued attendees. Thank you so much for having me and Korean American Senior Citizens League at today's City Council meeting. It is a great honor and privilege to be able to join other AAPI communities in attendance to commemorate AAPI Heritage Month. To share a brief introduction about Korean American Senior Citizens League and my contributing role to the organization, we are a nonprofit organization dedicated to enhancing the quality of life for older adults in the Korean community through adult learning classes with opportunities for social interaction, physical and mental wellness, and educating through volunteerism and community activism in partnership with other public and private organizations. However, beyond the Korean American Senior Citizens League is seen as an accessible resource for the older generation, making up the majority of the Korean Americans within the city of Santa Clara and beyond. My continuous involvement with the organization as a second-generation Korean American has led me to the realization that there's a need to focus on inclusivity, advocating for cultural diversity awareness, finding opportunities to reach out to community leaders, and sparking the conversation about how the Korean community can contribute to the uniqueness of an existing cultural melting pot through involvement in organized events, public meetings, establishing close working relations with leaders from various ethnic communities. My contributing role as Outreach and Community Relations Officer is to provide guidance towards finding opportunities and making amends to a drifting cultural interrelationship, and leveraging the expertise and progressive thinking of second-generation Korean Americans, along with the expertise and decades of experience from the older generation, in hopes of furthering intercultural inclusivity and cultural awareness. Lastly, to recap on what I believe is the essence of AAPI Heritage Month, it significantly marks a time to reconnect and understand the contributions, achievements, and lasting impressions of the past carried down from AAPI immigrant families within our present cultural communities. It should be our goal to find opportunities to collectively and strategically work together towards the goal of making a social impact across all generations. Thank you again to Mayor Gilmore and Santa Clara City Council for having the Korean American Citizens League here in attendance to commemorate AAPI Heritage Month. And also thank you to the valued organization members for joining me here tonight on this special day. Thank you.
Thank you, Angela, for that presentation. If you just have a quick seat, at the end, we're going to take photos, have everyone up here on the dance floor to have a photo. But we have another guest this evening, Dr. Jonathan Kim, the president of the San Francisco and Bay Area Korea Center. He was invited by Council Member Kevin Park. So Kevin, if you'd like to say some words before Doctor comes up to speak.
Oh, yes. So I think that everyone in the Korean community knows Dr. Kim. I think that Dr. Kim has been one of the people that has been promoting unity and the inclusivity that Angela was talking about. I think that the work that he's done has been felt by almost every single person in the Bay Area, not just in Santa Clara, but San Francisco, and he doesn't even live in San Francisco. I think that The reason that I wanted Dr. Kim here is to acknowledge all the work that he's been doing, and it's the selfless work that he's been doing. I think that a lot of the Korean organizations that are here, we're very fractured, and I see Dr. Kim as one of the people that's trying to bring people together and try to provide a space and try and provide a vision, a path forward for the Korean community. And for that, thank you very much, sir.
Dr. Kim, please come forward. We'd like to hear a few words from you. Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. I'm Jonathan Kim. On behalf of the Jin-deok and Kyung-si Kim Foundation and the San Francisco Bay Area Korea Center, it's an honor to receive an award from the city of Santa Clara. I would like to express my sincere appreciation to Councilmember Kevin Park and all the members who organized today's event. Special thanks to Mayor Lisa Gilmore. Thank you. I would like to talk about Koreans in the United States. 120 years ago, 102 Koreans left Incheon, Korea, arrived in Hawaii. Next, they came to San Francisco to work. Due to the language barrier, they could only perform manual labor. However, they donated 10, 20, up to 50% of their income to support Korea's independence movement. Dosan An Chang-ho and Pastor David Lee were Korean independence activists and the leaders of a Korean immigrant community. On March 24, 1908, Durham Stevenson was assassinated by Jang In-hwan, Chung Myung-eun Eisa, after publicly claiming that Korea was better off under Japanese occupation. This instance sparks the Korea's independence movement. 70 years ago, Korea was an underdeveloped country. Its annual income was just $67 per capita, less than 18 cents per day. 70 years later, the Korea's economy ranks 10th in the world. The Korea is one of the global companies. Because of that reason, people around the world love Korea's 5,000-year-old culture, history, drama, music, food, cosmetic surgery, cosmetic makeup, and taekwondo. This impressive achievement was made possible because of our patriot forefathers who made numerous sacrifices for the country and its people. The San Francisco Bay Area Korea Center is using AR, VR, AI technology to recreate our patriot forefathers' great achievement and great minds. I believe that this is our duty to educate the generations of today about the greatness of Korea, the 5,000-year-old culture and history, creating Korean culture, Hanyul. San Francisco Bay Area Korea Center is a multicultural hub for audience that provide a window into Korean music, film, language, literature, cuisine. Also, the center will provide a lunch program for the seniors and a transportation service for the elderly. 40 years ago, 100-year-old building was purchased for the San Francisco Bay Area Korea Center. The remodeling will cost $4.5 million. The Jin-deok and Kyung-si Kim Foundation donated $1 million. The Korean government donated $500,000. January 2023 to now, we have collected more than $2.6 million, total $4.1 million. But we still need additional $400,000 to complete the remodeling of the San Francisco Bay Area Korea Center. And thank you so much for your attention. Please enjoy the rest of today's event. Thank you.
I'm a member. Oh, I'm just a member.
I'd also like to acknowledge two events which further celebrate the AAPI community. I served as a judge last week on the Asian American Stories video contest. I think many of you have seen that. That event was produced by Diana Ding and Joel Wong, and they had an amazing event, and they had 72 videos that were submitted, 1-minute videos on the Asian American experience in the United States, and there's some really compelling, beautiful stories, tearful, funny, all over, and they had a youth group and an adult group. So I would encourage everyone to visit dingdingtv.com to see these stories. There's some Korean stories, Japanese story, all kinds of stories there, Vietnamese. It's just fabulous. Also, Councilmember Jane shared some information about the AAPI Activism and Oral History Project. I understand we have Yvonne Kwong, Executive Director of the project, and former Assembly Member Paul Fong. Thought you looked familiar. I didn't recognize that. In the audience today, would you like to stand, please, so we can acknowledge you? Thank you. The AAPI Activism and Oral History Project highlights interviews with local AAPI activists to create a curriculum for K-12 students. And the project launches June 1st, and I encourage residents to attend. And I know we have flyers that were up here. I think Councilmember Jane supplied those for us. And there's also some in the lobby. So I recommend that you pick up that flyer on the way out to get more information. So thank you very much for providing that for us. Thank you. So our next special order of business, we have the item on Be Strong, Live Long event, and I want to share a personal story. It's a health and wellness fair that's put on by our senior commission. And recently, I attended a Rebuilding Together Silicon Valley event. It was there to help a senior citizen repaint his house in Santa Clara. And I asked the residents how he found out about the program to get his house worked on and repainted for free. And he said that he got the resource at the Health and Wellness Fair. So I thought that was fabulous that we had a success story there. So I'd like to invite our Health and Wellness Coordinator, Mallory von Kuglingen, I said that wrong, I'm so sorry, to tell us more about the event. Mallory, please come forward.
You only have to say that once a year.
Mallory K.
Yeah, the VKs. Hi, everybody, mayor, city council, staff, everyone here. I'm here to invite you to come to the 8th annual Be Strong, Live Long Health and Wellness Fair. It's a week from Friday on May 17th at 10 in the morning to 1. We'll be celebrating, it's also Older Americans Month in May, and we'll be in the park adjacent to the city, to the senior center. This event pulls together essential city and county resources to help older adults who are improving their own health and well-being while also supporting older family, friends, and neighbors. With over 60 exhibitors, there's something for everyone, from information about dementia and brain health, staying safe at home and online, opportunities for activities like hiking and socialization, and key programs providing food, transportation, caregiver support, and housing. There'll be a grilled lunch to enjoy, and music and hula dancing. The fair is sponsored by the Santa Clara Women's League, Kaiser Permanente, and hosted by the Senior Center. We're so appreciative of everybody's support, and we really look forward to seeing you there. So thanks.
Thank you. Thank you, Mallory. We also are fortunate this evening to have one of the founders of the Health and Wellness Fair, Wanda Buck. She'd like to say a few words. Welcome, Wanda.
Thank you. I'm just one of many, okay? And Mayor and Council, I came here tonight to thank you for your support rather than being online. It's so important. You're supporting the Santa Clara older adults, especially seniors like myself and many people here tonight. You have shown this by your support for the 8th annual Be Strong, Live Long Health and Wellness Fair, as well as the Santa Clara Women's League and Showtime and the Santa Clara Senior Center and the hardworking, caring staff for short, like Jen, Mal, and Kim. And all you do related exemplifies Santa Clara as an age-friendly city, member of the World Health Organization, an example of what's possible. So truly, thanks.
Thank you, Wanda. And we want to thank our Senior Citizens Advisory Committee and Commission. Is anyone here today from the commission? No? Okay. Well, thank you. We'll see you all at the Health and Wellness Fair. It's so fun, too. All right. The next two items are to celebrate our city staff. First, we recognize May 19th through the 25th as Public Works Week in the city of Santa Clara. We're also honoring May 5th through 11th as Public Service Recognition Week. This is a time to recognize all of our staff who have dedicated their careers to serving our community. In honor of Public Works Week, I'd invite Michael Liu, Assistant Director of Public Works, to the podium to say a few words. Michael?
Just wanted to make sure the team joins me up here. So thank you, Mayor and Council. Michael Liu, Assistant Director of Public Works. So we're very excited to celebrate National Public Works Week in the city of Santa Clara. And on behalf of our Director, Craig Mobeck, who cannot be here tonight, I'd like the opportunity to say a few words and then introduce some of our staff in Public Works. So this year's theme for National Public Works Week is Advancing Quality of Life for All. So whether it's delivering important capital improvement projects, addressing traffic concerns, managing the annual cleanup campaign, which is ongoing, maintaining infrastructure in buildings, improving biking and walking in our city, applying for grant funding, or supporting economic development, our staff strive to improve the quality of life in our great city through their hard work and commitment to public service. However, this is a city team effort, so I do want to also recognize the many other city departments that help move things forward. We certainly can't do it without them. So with me tonight are just a few of the many public works staff that make Santa Clara a great place to live and thrive. So we have Alan Nichols here. He's an inspector with our field services group. Drew Swanson, building maintenance worker, facilities. You may see him around City Hall quite often. Nydia Rosa, Nydia's over here, with our land and property development division, working on all the economic development projects. Vince Lucchese, senior engineer with our design division. I think his son is in the audience over there, looking up. And he's hopefully a future Public Works employee. His name's Harvey. He likes cars. You'll see a Cars hat on him. Kelly Conoscenti, staff aide with our administration group. Without her, Craig and I would fall apart. So just wanted to mention that. And then there's another gentleman that couldn't make it at the last minute, Frank D'Souza. Wanted to recognize him. He's one of our Public Works supervisors with our Streets Division. So with that, we are honored and proud to serve the residents, businesses, and visitors of Santa Clara. Thank you, Mayor and Council, for the proclamation, and we thank the team for all their hard work and dedication. Thank you.
Thank you, Michael. If you and your team would like to come up here and give you this proclamation, and we're going to have you stay up there for the next one as well. So 2 photo ops for you. Trying to get him to come up. All right. Now I'd like to invite all members of the city staff that are here in the council chambers to join us for a photo to recognize Public Service Recognition Week. And Chief Operating Officer Nadine Nader, if you have a few words to share.
Sure, thank you. On behalf of the City Manager's Office, I want to thank all the employees that are here this evening and our entire organization. Please come up while we're, for your contribution and your dedication to the city. Also in honor of Public Service Recognition Week, the city's communication team has been sharing highlights of city staff on social media. You've probably seen some of those posts. So stay tuned for more posts. Thank you.
That's okay. We can adjust. We can adjust. We have a room.
Last week.
Thank you.
Councilmember Jane, do you have something to say?
Yes.
Wait one second. It's a little loud. Okay, go ahead, please.
Yes, it's unfortunate that former Assemblyman Paul Fong has left, as has Yvonne Kwan, but I just wanted to say that it was very impressive to see all the outfits here, the historical dress. It really embellishes our community to see different people maintaining their cultures here. In Santa Clara County, Asian Americans and Pacific Islanders, AAPI, represent more than 40% of the total population. However, existing textbooks, curriculum, and library holdings often still overlook the experiences, contributions, and histories of AAPIs, especially on activism and leadership. So the Japanese Museum of San Jose will be launching this oral history project that the mayor just described. It'll be based on 33 video recorded interviews with local AAPI activists. The event on June 1st, 2024 at the San Jose Buddhist Church, Betsuan Annex, starting at 10:30 a.m. is free to commemorate and celebrate this exciting addition to the Japanese Museum of San Jose. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we're going to move on with the agenda, and we're going to go back to the reconsideration. Do you mind, Councilmember Watanabe, to restate your reconsideration, please?
Okay, thank you, Mayor. Yes, so I had made a motion asking for a reconsideration of the municipal fee schedule that was voted on at last Tuesday's council meeting and then reconsidered without the knowledge of the residents who had been here in person to speak on behalf of the youth sports field fees. I had complaints from residents who were concerned about the lack of transparency of the vote that was taken after they left the meeting, the council meeting, thinking that youth sports fees were being waived. And that is my motion.
Okay, and I second that motion. So it's my understanding that that would not, we're only speaking to the motion of the reconsideration, not to the substance of what the action actually is. It would have to be set for, and I think what I heard the city attorney say was that, well, he may have had a different impression than I do, but maybe just pull that part out of the municipal fee schedule, not the balance of the municipal fee schedule. I think that makes sense because then it doesn't do that, but then it would have to be set for a time very quickly. It would probably have to be set for the next meeting to have that discussion.
Yeah, and Madam Mayor, I did consult with city manager and staff on this, and because of the issues involved, it may not be ready for the very next meeting, but they would endeavor to bring it back at the earliest possible time and would certainly communicate with stakeholders to make sure they knew when that was coming forward.
Well, again, it's on just the specific, which was the 115,000. So I don't know when you said it wouldn't be ready. Our next meeting isn't for 3 weeks. So, I mean, I don't know what takes longer than that.
If you narrow it to the 115,000,
Yeah, that's what.
Mayor,
Yes,
then
the field use only.
yeah, the field use only, then I think that is more feasible for that time frame, and staff would obviously endeavor to meet that if that's staff motion.
Okay,
Or if that's council's motion.
so there's a motion and a second. So a question on the motion before I go to the public. Councilmember Park.
Yeah, so, and I understand, why there's a little bit of confusion, but I think that people need to understand why the initial motion, why the reconsideration was done. I mean, at the time, we were trying to put together lots of different things on the dais. We were trying to create a policy that staff didn't know what the effects would be. Towards the end, there was an attempt to make it only about these fees, and we got information from the city manager. The city manager said, well, first of all, there is already existing council referral to look at youth field fees. There was a little bit of time, we thought, because we were told that the fees for summer had already been paid. So there wasn't any there wasn't any additional payments or additional fees that needed to be paid during the time that staff could go and come back to us with another referral. I know that we had one option, two option, three option, a fourth option, repeal the field usage fees, look at how other programs and monies can be gathered, looking at nonprofits, registered organizations. And the reason that the motion was made was because it wasn't going to charge any of the organizations any additional monies, and it would give time to staff so that they can come back to City Council with something which felt a little bit more than just repeal fees. And so it wasn't in any way a motion against the youth groups. I think that the youth groups know that we are very supportive. It was an attempt to try to give the city time to give us a good recommendation instead of just repealing fees or trying to come up with something on the fly. Thank you.
Vice Mayor Becker?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. So the night of the reconsideration, I was basically going according to Robert's Rules of Order that, stated specifically that you can make a motion in the same meeting. So I kind of asked the question to the city attorney. I guess I was going by Robert's Rules of Order. That's kind of what I understood, but I guess we might, because based on, I guess, the state of Wisconsin or University of Wisconsin, they also say certain jurisdictions might have a little something different. So that might be the case.
Madam Mayor?
Yeah, go ahead.
Member Becker, good question, and that was my understanding and my advice and my experience with these motions. You have a policy reconsideration of council actions, which has some more detail to that, including a provision that indicates that where the parties that have an interest in the matter, if they have departed the chambers and therefore aren't able to be present for the reconsideration of the item, that it contemplates that reconsideration only being for purposes of agendizing at a future meeting where people can be present. And so there is a local rule that does apply in this case, and that's what I wanted to introduce for the group that I did not identify, that evening when I was under the same impression that you were, under Roberts and under most standard rules, that in fact would be lawful.
Understand that. And so that's where I kind of got to the thought of if we didn't do the appropriate action. My first thought was, wouldn't that be null and void? But I guess the reconsideration is to cover the null and void, correct? If I'm trying to understand that.
Yeah, I would not argue that it was jurisdictional and nullified the action. Your policies are important, and I would always advise that you follow them, but they're not jurisdictional in this case. But regardless of how you view those and the legal effects of them, this motion would correct that and would bring you in conformance with your policy.
Okay, great. So so thank you for clarifying that. Again, I was going by the Robert's Rules of Order like you were, so understand, lesson learned. At the same time, one thing I do, I have to notice is that we did make specific carve-outs. I know that was specifically mentioned when we tried to do the motion. I know Councilmember Watanabe made the motion, or I think she was part of the motion, and voted for the motion. And sometimes I start to really wonder, in this situation, which I'm glad it's been brought to our attention, but sometimes I wonder if it was a very not authentic move, and that really kind of concerns me. Because, I hear consistently on the city council that there is a voting block, but the one thing that I have seen consistently is a minority voting block. So I just want to make sure that is reflected on the record, especially when we get blamed for certain things like this. So I want to make sure the record was reflected in that matter. But going back to Robert's Rules of Order, I'm glad that we understood this, and now we understand it now as a policy, as a city council, that this is the way that we can move forward if there was ever a reconsideration for that. So thank you.
All right. Do we have any members of the public that would like to speak? If so, please come forward. Welcome.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. I was here at that meeting. The vote was taken. I went home with an understanding. Then after I was home, getting ready for bed because it was quite late, I started getting text messages. Hey, they're reconsidering this. Like, they can't. They voted on it. Thank you for your clarification. I greatly appreciate it. It was a snafu, I guess. And we need to correct that because there is some question about transparency now. After the vote, Councilmember Park and I had a brief discussion here in the chamber during the during the break, and we were both quite happy. But when I got home, I wasn't happy when I turned on Channel 15 and found out everything had flip-flopped. I understand things happen. I would ask that you reconsider and bring this back to a future agenda item so that we can properly adjust it with everybody involved in the chamber or online and eliminate any what appears to be dirty dealings or whatever. I don't think it's that. I think it was just an oversight. But get full transparency out there so everybody involved can completely feel comfortable with whatever vote may happen and whatever way the vote goes. So I hope that you reconsider this and bring it back to a future agenda item. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Welcome.
Hello, thank you. I'm Tom Ostrander, I'm president of Santa Clara Pal Softball. And my comment is, it would be hypocritical of me as a coach that prides himself on teaching his girls when he's coaching softball that we can make mistakes and it's how we come back from it. And right now is the council's time to admit that there was a mistake made and come back to it and correct that mistake, learn from it and move on. So I'm asking you to reconsider, to make sure that this reconsideration happens, to show everybody that the right things can happen. We can make mistakes. We're going to come back and say, hey, sorry, made a mistake. We can fix it. So I implore you to please consider this reconsideration. Thank you.
Thank you. It's a mouthful. Please reconsider the reconsideration.
Hello, I'm Bert Field, and I think it's almost comical that my life now revolves around my last name. I am very dedicated to the city. Everyone kind of knows that. I'm a longtime resident, but I believe in our statement, Santa Clara is the center of what's possible. Let's make this happen, okay? We're a good city. Let's pull it together. We're about kids. We're about supporting the local residents. So let's make it happen. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else here in the chambers? Okay, online I have Linda. Go ahead, Linda.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead, please.
Okay, thank you. Good evening. My name is Linda Pasquale, and I'm the president of Santa Clara Westside Little League, and I too am requesting a reconsideration of the April 23rd vote regarding nonprofit youth sport field fees. And I too am asking that this item be brought back to a near future agenda. I'm glad this conversation is continuing today and will be corrected in the future, and I really appreciate that you're acknowledging that there was a mistake. I was at that meeting for several hours, and had we known that during the recess right after, a certain member of the council was going to be quote unquote informed about some information, we would have remained so we could have spoken on behalf of this. As a constituent of the city, the conversation that occurred during that recess was questionable at best, and we cannot have members of city staff bully council members to change their vote, and the same goes for other members on the council. This type of collusion is not transparent, nor the way the public business should be conducted. Transparency is a foundational value for ethical government practices. We didn't have adequate notice about the discussion that occurred, and we, the public, were not allowed the full participation we should have had on the reconsideration. Again, I ask that you please have this item brought back to a near future agenda where we are given a full opportunity to participate. Thank you.
Thank you, Linda. Do we have anybody else? There was another hand up. They put it down. City Clerk? Okay. All right. Vice Mayor Becker?
Thank you, Mayor. So yeah, I apologize to our residents and our community for making that error of not understanding the full concept of it. And I also thank our city attorney for notifying us and letting us know about this. And I apologize to a lot of the parents who were here that night and their understanding. And my understanding is first off, I want to say is I want to thank the city manager for reaching out to me and telling me his major concerns. I thank the city manager for doing that because the city manager worries about the city and I'm here to protect the city. So that was my concern. So I really had to make a balance between the city manager, between what my protection of the city is and as well as what our youth fees are. So I had to make that balance. So I want people to understand that, and that is my job as an elected official, is to protect the city. So I will be supporting this motion because I feel that we did that error, and I think it needs to be corrected, as people have stated, including our community. But again, I just want to make sure that I did specify, I pushed for the carve-outs for those specific reasons in that reconsideration. So let's have that conversation again to make sure we do it the proper way. Thank you.
All right, anybody else? All right, if not, City Clerk, reconsider, put it back on the agenda, hopefully in 3 weeks.
Yeah, Madam Mayor, and if I could, the staff's had a little bit further conversation about that, hoping for some flexibility from council. If we can't get back by May 28th, folks are confident we can get back by June 4th. So if we can have that flexibility.
Is that okay with the maker? Yeah, that's fine.
Thank you, Madam Mayor.
As long as there's ample notice to the youth groups to attend. All right. Please register your vote. Oh, what?
I did have my hand up.
Okay, you put it up at the end, so after I
put it
call
up.
for the vote, so
That's not when I put
please
them.
put your
That's
hand
not
up,
when I put my
like,
hand up.
before I call for the vote. Okay, Councilmember
Not
Park.
when I put my hand up. So
I know when you put your hand up. I see it.
I do, and it was not when you called for the vote. So I just want to be clear, which is right now, the situation is that there's no additional fees being paid. The fees for summer were paid, and so the idea that was brought to council was that there was time to, meaning that there would be no additional monies that would be required by anyone to use the fields, and there would be time to consider things such as refunds and things like that. And when I know the city manager's not here, I'm looking at the assistant.
We're not going into the substance of this event.
Oh, no.
This is just,
Understood.
excuse me, Councilmember Park, it's just a vote on reconsideration only.
Understood, but
No
now the
staff
question.
reports, no anything, reconsideration only.
So now the question is, when it comes back to us for just this reconsideration, I think that it would be wasted, but if we can take a little bit more time to come back with some of the options that we discussed while we were coming up to, it's funny, but when we reconsidered and we were voting on a new motion, we had a lot of motions that failed. And the motion that finally passed at the end of the day was Councilmember Watanabe's motion, which I find a little bit ironic. But at the same time, I have no problem with that, but I want to make very clear that when this item comes back, is there a time, or would it be appropriate for staff to look at the issues that were brought up at the last meeting to come before us? Because if that's the case, I would like to give you more time, because I don't think that there's, if the time gives us
There's a motion and a
time
second
to
on the
consider
floor for the
refunds to the
reconsideration.
groups that already paid money, that would be, I think, beneficial as well.
Madam Mayor, if I might, just to clarify,
Or-
if Member Park's referring to the broader referral action, I think it was clear that there was a lot to that, and we'd need a lot more time, for that. So as I understand the motion, it's only with respect, to what was in the fee schedule and not and the field fees, not the broader, referral. So I think they're separate things, and certainly potentially staff could give a status report and a better idea of when all that might come back at that next meeting, but there would no way they would be ready for the, that's right.
That action still holds.
That's right.
That's
right. This does not change that.
Yeah, but the point is, if it's reconsidered, then would the vote be on another agenda?
No, that would be.
The vote is not on that action, Councilmember Park. That stays.
So this one is the reconsideration, and
Of
then the
just the
item
fee
would come
schedule.
back.
Not the other.
Yeah, you're voting to reconsider this matter for placement on a future agenda with respect to the master fee schedule as it relates to youth field fees and facilities. That's what's coming back. The referral, consistent with a matter that would already been being analyzed, was with respect to analysis of more fees than that. That referral would remain and will take longer than the few weeks that we have to bring back the field fees themselves.
Understood. So this is the reconsideration. It would come onto a future agenda. The previous item would come onto a future agenda.
Yeah, just the portion of the master fee schedule that relates to these fees.
Understood.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
Please register your vote. And that passes unanimously. Thank you. And thank you to the groups that showed up this evening and online. Appreciate that. Thank you for supporting our youth. All right, next we have consent calendar, and all items are approved with one motion unless an item's pulled for discussion. We have Councilmember Jane.
Yes, Mayor, I would like to pull 4H, the SB1 road repair. For
Okay.
some questions.
Thank you. We're pulling 4H SP, what did you say it was, the title of it?
SB1 road repairs.
Okay, thank you. All right. I wanted to make a comment on 4E, citywide risk assessment. I'm not pulling it. I appreciate it, but I think we need a deeper depth study session on that, because I think those are the things we need to really take a look at. What is our risk assessment for the city? But I do appreciate that report. There was a lot of good information in there, but there's some red flags as well that I'm concerned about. So I'm going to ask the city manager to give us, a deeper discussion on that in the future when we have time, probably after budget. So is there anybody else? Okay, Councilmember Chahal.
Thank you, Mayor. I also had for 4E, the citywide risk assessment. It's good that we got that, a very detailed report, but at the same time, I would like some presentation or study session, as Mayor mentioned, because it's important for the residents to know where we stand on these aspects, basically, and what are the proactive actions council can take and the staff can take to remedify some of the risk factors which were highlighted on that. So I would request this thing come back. We can pass it today, but come back for public presentation in one way or the other in future.
I agree, it's that important. Okay, anybody else? If not, may I please have a motion to approve the balance of the consent calendar?
Motion to approve.
Minus 4H.
Oh, sorry. Minus 4H, but to approve the consent calendar.
Second.
And I failed to go to the public. Is there anyone in the public that would like to pull an item, discuss an item on the consent calendar? Anyone online, public? Seeing none. City Clerk, when you're ready. Please register your vote. And that passes unanimously. All right, next we have, just moving through these 12 pages of consent calendar. All right, and that included the Stadium Authority consent. I think we had a couple items on that. All right, next we have public presentations, and those are reserved for items that are not on the agenda. If any member of the public would like to come forward, I see one charging up here now. Please come forward. Welcome.
Good evening, Council. I'm here this evening. My name is Pilar Furlong. I'm with Bill Wilson Center. Most of you hopefully know we're a provider of housing, counseling, and advocacy for youth, young adults, individuals, and families here in the city of Santa Clara. We've been doing this work since 1973. This month, May, is National Mental Health Awareness Month. Since 1949, this national recognition has been a cornerstone for addressing the mental health challenges faced by millions of Americans. This national movement is dedicated to eradicating the stigmas that are surrounding mental health and bringing education to the community. Talking openly about mental health can reduce its misconceptions and encourages those who are suffering to seek help and to find a support network. Mental Health Awareness Month gives us all a valuable opportunity to celebrate the tremendous strides that our country has made in promoting mental health and increasing the public's knowledge that effective services and support are available for those in need. So if someone you know here in Santa Clara County or in the city of Santa Clara is in need of emotional support or help to work through a mental health episode, please encourage them to seek treatment. Prevention does work, treatment can be effective, and people can recover from mental disorders and live full and productive lives. Bill Wilson Center offers a number of counseling and behavioral health programs and services for youth, for individuals, and for families. We also do some services that are specific to some subpopulations. We have a special program for transition age youth, 18 to 25. We have a program for those youth who identify as LGBTQ, and we do a lot of work with those who are homeless and are suffering behavioral health issues. In addition, we provide grief counseling options through our Center for Living with Dying. And I want to quickly just tell you, recount a little story, a success story from our Center for Living with Dying. I wanted to tell you about the gentleman, Michael, who came to us with his 9-year-old son. His wife had just passed away, and Michael was having some challenges processing his grief in a healthy way. So he signed up for some of our grief and loss groups, and a Bill Wilson Center therapist provided him with some compassionate space and some tools so that he could learn to cope. He learned to process his grief along with his son. And by the end of the sessions, Michael was able to acknowledge what was not guilt and what was healthy guilt and how to handle his resentments. And he's able to work it out with his son, and now he's thinking about what's all positive in his life. So counseling can work, and I just wanted to thank you all and recognize May as National Mental Health Awareness Month. Thank you.
And thank you, Pilar. Thank you for bringing that to our attention. It's a very important subject. Thank you. Any other public presentations? Please come forward, and then we'll go online. Welcome back.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, council members. You have proclaimed this week as the Drinking Water Week, and in a prior meeting, Councilmember Jane said it very lucidly about the importance of municipal drinking water and the ill effects of single-use plastic water bottles. And then too, I had requested that Santa Clara ban single-use plastic water bottles. Several cities nationwide across the world, SFO, LAX, Concord, Massachusetts, many have banned single-use plastic water bottles. Corporations, for their gain, are destroying our environment. And I'm sure all of us, if we get tested, we have plastic in our bodies. And that's causing immense harm. We'll find out in 20, 30, 40 years. Let's not let that continue to happen, and let's ban single-use plastic water bottles in this city. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Tanae, you're online. Go ahead. There you go.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor and Council members. My name is Tanae, and I'm here today as the founder of End Plastic Bottles, a community group founded in 2019. This Drinking Water Week, I would like to shed light on a pressing issue that affects not only our planet, but also our health. Water is undeniably essential to life, and as a swimmer, I have a deep appreciation for the importance of water. Yet our oceans, rivers, and lakes are under siege from the excess of plastic pollution. Every year, millions of plastic bottles end up in our waterways, breaking down into microplastics and nanoplastics that end up in even the most remote corners of aquatic ecosystems. But the impact of plastic pollution transcends environmental degradation. It also affects human health. These particles are contaminating not only our oceans, lakes, and rivers, but our water supply, but also our bodies. Studies have shown that nanoplastics can disrupt cellular function, leading to health complications. So it's time for us to take a stand against single-use plastic bottles and the threat of nanoplastics. End Plastic Bottles is committed to promoting sustainable alternatives and advocating for policies that prioritize the health of our planet and its inhabitants. I, along with many in our community, feel this is urgent, and we request a ban on single-use plastic water bottles in Santa Clara to ensure a cleaner and healthier future for our communities and for generations to come. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you very much. I don't see anyone else. No, anyone here in the audience? Last call? Okay. All right, we're going to move on to consent items pulled for discussion. Councilmember Jane, you pulled 4H, I think. Is that 4H? FGH. Action on a resolution to adopt a list of projects funded by Senate Bill 1, the Road Repair and Accountability Act for fiscal year 24-25. So, Councilmember Jane?
Yeah, I looked at the list of streets that are to be repaired this year, and I just wanted to understand how a street gets on that list and how residents can influence that list. Today I was driving on Great America between Mission College and 101, and the road there is absolutely terrible, and probably about 6 months ago, someone from out of town even remarked. I guess they were going to an event at the stadium. So I was just wondering how we prioritize certain streets. I know a number of people in my district have remarked that the area, the historic area, Park Court, Hillmar, has, because of the high water table, has degraded streets. So I'm trying to understand how something gets on that list and how we prioritize it.
Great, thank you, Mayor and Council. Mike Liu, Assistant Director of Public Works. So the city has a pavement management system that we run. It's updated annually, and it includes information related to, as mentioned earlier, the PCI, the Pavement Condition Index, as surveyed by our consultant. It also factors in, for instance, the budget that we have, right? And I think Director Lee mentioned that with the lack of funding, we're not quite where we want to be relative to paving. So there is, as I mentioned earlier, there is that pavement management system. So it's a pretty comprehensive database. There's a lot of factors that play into when a street is identified and when it does get added to this list. The one thing to mention is that this list for item 4H, the SB1 list, is just for SB1 funding. So our department receives Measure B funding, and then we also get funding from the gas tax. So when the pavement program comes forward next year, this is the list for 2025. It'll likely have additional streets on there as well. If residents are concerned about their particular roadway, I think they can certainly reach out to us in our department and express their concerns. My Santa Clara, as you know, is also another mechanism for them to put in their information. But there is a program that we run that basically gives us advice, and then what the staff do is they take that advice, they go out to the streets, they look at them, they make determinations in the field. Okay, maybe it's recommending this street. Since we're out here, we might want to do this block as well, just for the ease of construction and whatnot. So I wouldn't say it's the most complicated component, but there is a little bit of there is definitely some thought that's put into it to try to blend and do as much as we can with the funding we have.
Thank you. Councilmember Watanabe?
Thank you, Mayor. I wasn't going to pull this item, but I was just going to make a comment regarding it when the vote to approve the consent calendar happened. But since it was pulled, it gives me the opportunity to talk a little more. And so I just wanted to say thank you for putting Fairway Glen. The residents of Fairway Glen really appreciate the fact that I think all of the roads in that area are going to be, they're basically going to have new roads by starting next May when the construction starts, and it will continue through December of 25. So they really appreciate it. I let them know that they were on the schedule, so they're really happy about that because the roads really need some help out there. And then on to the next item, 4I, actually the street maintenance, pavement maintenance project is actually helping the other side of Fairway Glen. So a good portion of the north side is going to be getting some good repavement and roads next year. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Park?
Yes, thank you very much, Director Liu. I know that we have a 10-year street coverage plan, like every 10 years. Well, I don't say we have this idea that we'd like to cover the areas, we deal with the areas, the streets in the city, and a 10-year cycle or something like that. But after the storms, I had a chance to visit some of the houses, like the houses on Hillmar Street. And the streets behind those houses have increased degradation due to constantly running sump pumps. And, they're constantly dumping water into the streets, and you can see, where algae is growing. You can see where the probably smooth streets have been eroded away by constantly running water. And it doesn't look like those have been done for a number of years, and it's possible that those streets need coverage a little bit more often, or we need a different way to cover those types of streets because of the situation that's there, right? And it's a constant water being pumped out because you've got, basements below the water line. What kind of considerations do we have for, special things like that? I see streets that during storms, they have water backed up, there's water, standing water, and when cars go through it, you can see that, like along El Camino, it used to be that you could just see gravel being, basically gravel just being tossed up by the streets because standing water gets inside, causes the roads to crack, and then we've got potholes, but more importantly, we've got just gravel along the edges where the water sits. How do we address those differently? Because I think we need to do more than just a slurry. Maybe we need to do a regrade or repaving.
Yeah, so not knowing the specific issues related to Hillmar, although I've heard that mentioned through other venues in terms of I recall seeing an email. Each and every situation is a little different, right? You have to do your analysis. So what I think we were talking about a minute ago was the overall program at the city. So how do we decide which street gets on the paving list, and then how does that, and then how does funding play into that and all that? So we discussed that. I think the second part is really, are there specific areas in the city that require additional attention? Whether that's, a personal field review by the engineers that are reviewing it, maybe the consultant, some discussion with the residents. That's where the personal contact from a community plays into decision-making, right? I think that kind of speaks for itself relative to everything we do. But that being said, there are going to be roadways in the city that, where we may not be able to get to it because of the funding. And then really what we're trying to do is maximize the money we have so that we can cover the city as a whole. One of the key things for pavement maintenance is if you do not do something now, you'll likely pay for it more later. So that's kind of the mindset that our staff has in terms of how do we deal with the funding we have, how do we apply it to the city, and actually have a project that's going to work for our cities. I mean, once again, for that specific situation, I think we'd have to get into looking at kind of the specific issues. But we also have other projects where we're trying to deal with the flooding as well. So as mentioned earlier in Director Lee's presentation, there's the Anna Drive flood protection project, and that's coming from a federal earmark. So we're thankful to the council for supporting that, and to the federal government for supporting it as well. Those kind of situations help. Everything helps in terms of kind of addressing, I believe, what you're referring to.
Understood. I guess my question was, when Councilmember Jane was asking, how does a street get on the list? Like, do these streets get on the list more often? Is there a special consideration? I don't know how the thing gets done.
I think ultimately, there is, so everything we do at the city, like at least for this one in particular, is all based on the program we run, right? And as I mentioned earlier, what's factored into that is resident concerns. It has to be, right? So whether, for like another example is our curb ramp program, right? Part of the priority list is dealing with, is it a curb ramp that's needed because there's active users? Is there a curb ramp because of requests? Everything does factor into that. So hopefully that helps answer that question.
So there's more hands with questions. I'm going to have the questions all first, and then you can answer them so we can move on. Councilmember Becker, you haven't spoken. Vice Mayor, you haven't spoken yet.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm just going to second a lot of the concerns that Councilmember Park had in regards to the Hillmar neighborhood and Park Court. I was out there. That was a major issue. It continues to be water consistently. You could see the algae, which is, I think, a very, very major concern. I slipped on it. So that's a major concern for me because of that. One thing, though, that, and I'm glad that Councilmember Park brought this up, because I know that areas, and maybe, like he said, maybe a different kind of covering or a different kind of material used for that area, because I know that in like Alaska, Norway, in areas that get a lot of rain, they have a different way of paving their roads. and it's to reduce the chances of deterioration, because seeing that neighborhood and how much water they have coming out on a consistent basis, like maybe every 5 minutes, that's a lot of, it's deteriorating faster than probably other streets in our city. So I know we probably have other areas of concern of that too in the community, but I just want to second a lot of what Councilmember Park was saying. Is we talked to a lot of the residents there, so I hope that those residents are listening tonight and relay a lot of those concerns too.
Councilmember Jane.
Yeah, I wanted to make a motion to approve the recommendation to adopt the resolution and adopt the list of projects with the referral that staff goes and evaluates that section of Great America between Mission College and 101.
Sorry, actually, if I could just add, so the section of Great America between.
Isn't that being redone already?
Yeah, so with our Great America Mission College Boulevard project, that's the major intersection work we're going to do out there. We're actually going to pave we're going to have additional paving to the 101 itself. So that's going to.
We already voted on that, yeah.
Okay.
Council awarded
Very
that
good.
construction
Thank you.
to start this summer.
Okay.
All right, motion to approve this item. Is there a second?
Second.
Councilmember Park, second. Councilmember Jane, motion. And it's, yeah,
So it's staff
whatever
recommendation.
item number that was.
Councilmember.
4H.
4H. Please register your vote. And that passes unanimously. Thank you very much, Michael. Thank you. All right, next we have a public hearing action on rezoning of 17 sites along El Camino Real totaling 27.7 acres to MURC mixed-use regional commercial for the purpose of adding additional sites to the city's housing element. And it's a public hearing. Open the public hearing. Do I start here with Rena? Oh, Councilmember Chahal has a statement. Yeah. Go ahead, please.
Thank you, Mayor. I would like to disclose that I'll be abstaining on this for participating in deliberation for the second resolution, which pertains to properties 2065, 2200, 2213, and 2232 El Camino Real, because I have a property within 1,000 feet of those properties. And during my questioning for deliberation on the first resolution, any statement that I make shall only be applied to the first 13 sites under consideration, not the 4 which I already talked about. Okay.
So do you sit half the time here and half the time in the audience? Do you have to go back and forth?
I'll take some break, Mayor.
I don't want to hear a peep from you on the first half, okay? I'm kidding. Okay. All right, thank you for that disclosure. City Manager?
So I believe the city attorney would like to know how, no, you're good?
Nope, we're good. Though that went very nicely. I think staff presentation now, Madam Mayor.
All right, sorry, I thought you were going to read that.
I have to see what you are, Rena. Acting Director of I'm just going to say Community Development Director. Welcome.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor and City Council members. Tonight, the item before you is for the council to consider rezoning 17 sites on El Camino Real for the purposes of bringing them into conformance with the general plan, as well as including the majority of those sites in the city's housing element. So on April 11th, the city received a letter from the Department of Housing and Community Development at the state, HCD, and that letter was a conditional letter of compliance to the city's housing element. And it specified that rezoning these sites on El Camino Real was one of the conditions that would bring the city's housing element into compliance and eligible for certification, which is why this item is before the next item, which is the City Council's consideration of a readoption of the housing element, which will include several of these sites in the housing element. You will notice that the 17 sites which are on the slide are unique parcels with their own unique addresses. Also on the slide indicates the acreages of these sites. In aggregate, they total 27.7 acres. The map indicates the location of these sites. The majority of them are located in the Lawrence Expressway intersection area. However, there are some also to the east. Rezoning these sites is actually part of a work plan. As the council may recall, you adopted the zoning code update at the end of last year. An implementation step is actually to adopt a zoning map, which will bring into conformance all the sites in the city that have a mismatched zoning and general plan. So those sites will then have zoning districts that conform to their general plan. So these sites were intended to be brought forward as part of that work plan. The council will be seeing and taking action on a zoning code map shortly. However, we are accelerating bringing these 17 sites forward for the council in order to advance our housing element. Specifically, what these sites do is they add to the city's buffer or surplus. So the regional housing needs allocation for the city, our RHNA, is the requirement that the state has for how much housing we need to be planning for. However, HCD has requested very strongly in this housing element cycle that cities have 15 to 30% of buffer beyond the RHNA. So what the El Camino sites will allow the city to do is to achieve that buffer. And these 17 sites are chosen because they do meet the HCD's size criteria of being at least half an acre in size and less than 10 acres in size, and they meet the HCD's density criteria as well, of 30 DU to the acre. Specifically, these sites have a general plan designation of regional mixed use, and that density allowance is between 37 to 50 DU to the acre. I want to point out that this zoning district, as well as the general plan designation, allow for residential development as well as a variety of different commercial uses. So the El Camino Real specific plan is also under development. It's being developed consistent with the council direction that was provided on August 29th, 2023, when a draft land use plan was presented to the council. These 17 sites within the El Camino Real specific plan are proposed to have densities either equivalent to what they have today in the general plan or are proposed at higher densities. However, through the El Camino Real specific plan process, the council still has the prerogative to shift density between sites on El Camino Real. A new state law, SB 330, does state, though, that we need to maintain density along the residential corridor. So if we were to shift density within sites, we would want to retain the total density of the corridor. And the El Camino Real specific plan is scheduled for council consideration in the late fall, early winter timeframe. Right now, staff is working on changing the environmental impact report that was previously prepared. There's a different regulatory environment now, so we have to do new analyses. I can provide more information on that if you'd like. The Planning Commission unanimously voted to recommend the City Council take action to rezone these 16 parcels on El Camino Real. Commissioner Bhatnagar recused himself because he had a conflict with property ownership near 2789 El Camino Real. And so then the Planning Commission voted with Bhatnagar recusing on the remaining site, which was 2789 El Camino Real. And this takes us to the recommendation, and as the mayor had stated, and thank you, Councilmember Shahal, for stating your recusal, we are bifurcating the discussion today, and the recommendation references this bifurcation. We're first going to recommend that 13 sites on El Camino Real be rezoned, and those sites have addresses of 3705, 3735, 3775, 2789, 3590, 3580, 3570, 3550, 3740, 3530, 2240 El Camino Real, and then 1484 and 1460 Halford, and that these sites would be rezoned to MURC, which is the Mixed Use Regional Commercial Zoning District. So we would have discussion, we'd be able to talk holistically about this, as well as really focus on individual discussions on just those 13 sites. The council would then open the public comment, and we would then be able to, after the decision on the first resolution is taken, Councilmember Shahal should be able to recuse himself, and then we can talk about the 4 specific sites on El Camino Real, 2213, 2065, 2200, and 2232. And staff's recommendation here is that these sites be rezoned to MURC as well. And that concludes the staff report.
All right, questions on this part, number 1 of the staff report? Councilmember Chahal?
Thank you, Mayor. I just want to confirm for the 13 sites only, the 45-degree daylight plane is still applicable to all those sites, right?
Okay, we're going to get all the questions, so, all right. Is that your only question?
Yes.
Councilmember Jane?
Yeah, one of the issues that came up, originally we had a 0.15 FAR for commercial all along El Camino, and with the decline of commercial properties and retail, we changed that to say that a number of properties could be residential only, but to maintain the commercial, we came up with this concept of activity zones. And I wanted to know how those activity zones are being impacted by this density and this rezoning.
Councilmember Watanabe?
Because, I'm sorry.
I'm sorry.
Because from the map, it shows that a number of the sites are where the Orchard Supply was, it seems, on Lawrence and El Camino. So that seemed like a large parcel that lent itself to an activity zone. So I wanted to understand what the thought there was.
Councilmember Chahal, you want to add on to your question?
Thank you, Mayor. My second question pertained to, we are still not finalized the El Camino area specific area plan. What happens if we do pass this thing today and then this will be open for discussion for change at that time? Or what happens if the El Camino specific area plan is different than what we approved today? Thank you.
Councilmember Watanabe? Okay, thank you. Is there anyone else? Councilmember Hardy?
Yes, I was wondering if you could show the map again, because you've given us the addresses, but the map was not in our packet.
Okay, those are the questions. Director, when you're ready, if you're ready, yes.
Yes, there is one question, I think Councilmember Jane's question that I might need a couple minutes on. The team's kind of doing some research for me, so I'll make that the last question. However, Councilmember Chahal, yes, the 45-degree plane is applicable to all the sites. In fact, the zoning district that is being rezoned to has that as a requirement for single-family interface. So the 45-degree standard, we call that the transition standard, really requires a separation from single-family for new development so that there is a 45-degree angle from any new construction adjacent to single-family. So that is actually going to be formalized with this rezoning because that is in the MURC zoning district. I did want to also mention that with the council's action on August 29th of the draft land use plan in 2023, there was also a request to study what a 30-degree angle would be on the north side of El Camino Real, and staff is working on that to bring forward that analysis as well. And then Councilmember Chahal, you were wondering what the consequences are if we add these sites to the housing element, or I should say we rezone these sites, and then we do something different in the El Camino Real specific plan. So these sites were specifically chosen because in the El Camino Real specific plan's draft land use plan, those sites are proposed for either the same level of density or higher density. So we were deliberately trying to choose sites where we thought we would be able to retain the density that is being provided for in the El Camino Real specific plan. That being said, if the council were interested in changing density from what it had given feedback on August 29th, that is still possible through the specific plan process. However, what I did mention is that really, and this is actually true for any properties that are designated for housing in the city, we now have a state law that says that if we're going to reduce density somewhere in the city, we have to make up for it elsewhere in the city in the same night that we are taking that action. And that becomes a little bit complicated when you talk about environmental review needing to be done. So just for practical matters, we would want to retain the entire density on El Camino Real, and we could shift it to different sites, perhaps. We do feel like we got a lot of good direction from the council on April 29th, 2023 with that draft land use plan, and we're preparing the plan accordingly. But I do want you to know that this specific action of rezoning does not do anything that ties your hands to making a future decision on El Camino Real. That issue related to retaining density along the corridor is actually a state requirement. And let me just check to see if we have any information that I can report on. And this is regarding Councilmember Jane's comment regarding sort of the activity zones in the proposed draft land use plan. So yes, the site with the old Orchard Supply use is an activity zone, and we will, though, through the specific plan process, obviously take action on that. I would say the consequence for taking action on this general plan, this rezoning action, if we look at what's the effect? Essentially, today, anyone who wanted to construct residential in conformance to the general plan because of a state law, AB 3194, could do so without a rezoning. So this action may not have, as the El Camino Real draft specific plan has, those carve-outs for things like activity zones. We just aren't there without having a draft El Camino Real specific plan adopted. However, this particular action doesn't do anything to further inhibit you from taking action on the El Camino Real specific plan that will allow for additional, because really these activity zones, Councilmember Jane, were chosen on areas where they're larger in size, where you can have more density, where there's more opportunities for public space and recreational opportunities. So this particular action isn't going to necessarily preclude the future consideration and action on the El Camino Real specific plan sites of those particular activity nodes.
Can I ask you, activity nodes, does that mean commercial, retail? And I'm going to say that, we talked about the El Camino Real specific plan and keeping and maintaining, the critical corners and intersections for retail, because our community is screaming for grocery stores and other retails, and there's only certain sites on the El Camino that can accommodate retail. And we decided we weren't going to require mid-block retail because, it doesn't make sense and it's difficult, but we were going to maintain these corners for that. And then we get a builder's remedy on Moonlight that is all residential and no retail, and people are screaming. So how does this all, what are we doing to preserve these? Are these activity nodes, or is that something different? Because we have to preserve what's left because our residents need to shop. Whether you like it or not, they need to shop, and there are still people, operating retail centers in town. So I'm just really concerned about, what are we doing, and does this, what we're doing right now, affect, the opportunities for our residents to have retail on these key, intersections?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. Just want to make sure that people who are watching don't get confused, because what we're talking about right now with the activity nodes is really related to the El Camino Real specific plan process.
Right.
And I just want to make sure people who are watching realize that we're not taking any actions on the El Camino Real specific plan. So let me take your last part of your question first, Mayor, which is today's action isn't doing anything to degrade the opportunity for retail.
Okay, that's what I needed to hear.
Today we are taking action for a rezoning that conforms to our general plan. The land use plan that the council had given its nod to on August 29th of 2023 included sites with activity nodes. And activity nodes do have minimum requirements for commercial, because you're absolutely right that in the discussions, the analysis of the El Camino Real specific plan, we recognized we weren't going to put commercial throughout the corridor. Just really in these key locations, we engaged a commercial retail consultant, and we were very selective on picking those sites where we were going to have this commercial area. What I would like to say about that is that this particular action doesn't do anything to degrade the future opportunities for activity zones. I did want to just clarify one thing, because you mentioned the Moonlight site. The Moonlight site actually doesn't have a builder's remedy application on file. It has a different kind of preliminary application that has some other implications, but it's not a builder's remedy application. I do want to emphasize, though, that state law today, in general, allows people to have waivers, concessions, and these are things that allow people, as much as we want to require people to do things, it's very difficult to absolutely be certain that really anything from a land use standpoint when it comes to housing is going to absolutely happen because of these state allowances for waivers and concessions. So that's just my answer in general. But I did want to clarify just a little bit also for people who are listening that today we're not taking action on the El Camino Real specific plan. Though that plan includes activity nodes. Today we're just taking action, or the council would hopefully take action to rezone these sites on El Camino Real in conformance to the current general plan, which allows for commercial. It's a mixed use designation for commercial and residential.
Okay, Vice Mayor Becker, question. Councilmember Jane, more questions? And then I want to go to the public.
Thank you, Mayor. So I had very similar concerns that the mayor was having, specifically, with the thoughts of grocery stores. It makes me think about one property which you're not having on the list here. And I look on our zoning on the city's website, and it says that it's community commercial, and that's the property of 3545, basically where the Chili's is, and it's kind of a shopping center that looks like it's not doing too well. And I've always thought it's something that might have been redeveloped. So I'm wondering, why wasn't that considered in this proposal, I guess? If it was, mixed, because I think it's a perfect spot. If they're ever going to redevelop it, it'd be perfect spot for mixed use, grocery, housing, so on. But I don't see anything happening over there. I see it listed as community commercial. And I just wanted to know a little more detail about why that was never considered, considering it's a very prime piece of land.
Councilmember Jane?
Yes. The property that is where the Orchard Supply was in the current general plan is listed as RMXU, Regional Mixed Use, 37 to 50 DU, minimum 0.15 commercial FAR. And it seems like what we're doing in the rezoning is we're removing that minimum 0.15 commercial FAR from that.
No. I'm
So
sorry, I'll take the questions in order. I apologize.
So all of the MU-RCs will be 0.15 FAR commercial?
I don't have any more questions.
All of these rezonings?
Feel free to answer.
Sure. So I'll take Councilmember Jane's question first. So the FAR requirement is within the general plan. The general plan designation is not changing. So the rezoning action is facilitating development standards that align with that general plan designation. So that commercial requirement would not change through this rezoning action. And then for Councilmember Becker, or I'm sorry, Vice Mayor Becker's comment, 3545 Chili's, the Chili's site. So we did look at a lot of the sites, pretty much most of the sites in El Camino Real, and one of the bullet points I had was about the size criteria that HCD has, which is between half an acre or 10 acres in size. My team is telling me that that site could be combined with other sites for a larger size parcel that wouldn't have met our size criteria. So that's why that site was specifically not chosen. And I should state that when I say there's HCD's size criteria, HCD has this criteria because they have assumptions about sites within that site range and density range. If you pick sites that aren't in those criteria areas, you have to provide a lot of evidence for why those sites are likely to develop. So we just wanted to keep it simple and pick these sites that we knew would be able to meet that criteria.
So in a follow-up, so that specific spot, like looking at the map, I mean, it's a pretty big piece compared to like where Councilmember Jane's talking with Orchard and a few other spots. I mean, it's kind of almost comparable. So you said that it might be for combining with other future areas. Is that kind of to the, like where the car wash is, and is that what you guys are identifying? Or
And I apologize. Actually, my team says that that site alone is 10.6 acres.
Okay.
So that's why it exceeded 10 acres.
Okay. Okay. Thank you.
All right, I'm going to go to the public because the questions keep going. So I'm going to go to the public and then come back for more questions. There seems to be a lot. So is there anyone first here in the council chambers that would like to give any testimony on this? If so, come forward. All right, Edward, go ahead, Edward.
Yeah, I just want to talk about that corner north east corner of Los Padres in El Camino where the former Taco Paz used to be, and it changed over several times, but it's been sitting empty there for years, and it's been a real eyesore. I was just wondering if that might have been one of the addresses that she had mentioned that could be a future development site for retail. Yeah, again, because it's been such an eyesore. And I believe there's a few other sites in Santa Clara that have been sitting empty for years also that it's been real eyesore. And hopefully something will be done with those sites also. Thank you very much.
I think he's talking about the site that there was a Starbucks drive-through we turned down, that site. It's been sitting fallow, vacant, and looks terrible for years. All right, any other member of the public would like to speak? Seeing none, more council comments now. Councilmember Jane, followed by Park.
Yeah, so I'm still confused because all of these sites are listed as RMXU, Regional Mixed Use, with a minimum 0.15 commercial FAR. So that's in the general plan, meaning that we're maintaining a minimum 0.15 commercial FAR for all of these sites. It wasn't clear to me from the packet what we're doing there. Thank you.
Could you please give him a clearer explanation of that? Because I've heard the same question about 3 times, so.
Yeah, sure.
Before I go to Councilmember Park, let's put this one to bed.
So the regional mixed use designation, which is the general plan designation for all 17 sites, that has the minimum FAR of commercial of 0.15. That is a general plan requirement. So if anyone were to build new development, because of the current general plan today, they would need to provide a 0.15 FAR. With the El Camino Real specific plan process, when the council adopts that land use plan, we are changing the general plan at that time. And we will be then focusing, as that draft land use plan has, on putting commercial in specific places, so not every site that has that general plan designation has a 0.15 requirement. So that goes to the activity nodes discussion. But today, the general plan designation is for mixed use with a 0.15 minimum commercial, if that helps.
Get it? Okay. Councilmember Park.
Yeah, I actually understand some of the confusion. I mean, I was on the General Plan Steering Committee like almost 15 years ago. And we had the question after we made the general plan that, you know, well, are we going to change the zoning? And the decision was made by the city that we were going to change the zoning. I mean, you've got the zoning and the general plan, and we want them to be vertically consistent. But we made the decision as a city to not change the zoning at the time that we made the general plan. We were going to change the zoning project by project. And that didn't really work because when we changed the zonings project by project, a lot of the projects didn't go to the zoning that was indicated by the general plan, they went to plan development, they went to PD, they went to other zonings. We have a lot of places on there where we don't have zoning. The zoning was not consistent with the general plan, and this is what you're trying to do now. I think you're trying to get what the general plan has, and then get a zoning that's consistent with the general plan, so that we are vertically consistent. But the zoning is there, and the zoning usually informs people what they can build. In fact, I've seen people look at the zoning more than they look at the general plan. The general plan says this is what we'd like to do, but the zoning kind of tells people that, well, this is what you can do. I mean, I look at the Santa Clara Town Center. Santa Clara Town Center was one of the largest. I can see it. It's so large on the map there. It was the largest regional mixed use sites on there. And what we have now, I mean, it's a great place, but we've got no buildings that are larger than 2 stories. We don't have any housing whatsoever. And that was a place that, because we didn't build housing in that area, it pushed a lot of the housing into the neighborhoods. It pushed it other places. We tore down Mayuri. We had Kalmar bicycles there, and we didn't do anything there. I don't know what's happening with that site, but we changed the zoning there as well. There was supposed to be housing, and there was supposed to be another site for, another place for restaurants. And we did this thinking, and at the time, like, we kicked out a business person there, and we did this because we said, well, we've got projects that are imminent, that want to be made, and we're going to change the zoning and make it consistent. I mean, I think that's one of the problems that we had, which is we didn't tell developers what we wanted after we did the general plan. We kept the zonings the way they were. A lot of people proposed projects that didn't follow the general plan whatsoever. We didn't say, well, this is what the general plan has. We would like you to be consistent with it. That, in turn, pushed a lot of development into other places. We had more infill development because the places that were identified in the general plan for large residential developments, large mixed-use developments, weren't actually developed with that, with that understanding. So I understand what's happening here, but I guess the bigger question is, like, how do we rectify this? I mean, I feel like we've got a general plan that we're never going to be consistent with the general plan. The fact that we have this general plan is causing us to, put densities in areas where we plan for it, but we plan for it with the other areas having the densities that they were listed for as well. Meaning, but we didn't put the densities there, so we're making every other place more dense. Right? Do you kind of understand what I'm saying? Which is, we didn't put any housing at Town Center, so we had to put that housing someplace else in order to get the same number of units. Right? And I kind of feel that, I understand what we're doing, but I mean, what are the chances that we have of re-looking at? I mean, we're doing it with El Camino specific plan. We're doing it with everything. We're basically saying, let's just redo the general plan in pieces. But now we're saying we're going to look at the general plan and we're going to follow it because we've got HCD. We've got a housing element that we've got to get past. But I feel that we're looking on one side. We're looking at building on one side, and it's not consistent with the building on the other side. What we've done is not consistent with what required, and we're looking at what the general plan says, and we're looking at the general plan to inform us what the zonings for the other side should be, and I feel like there's a disconnect there.
I think that, Councilmember Park, a lot of your questions are very global in nature related to the general plan, and I think you have taken note of the fact that the city has actually done a lot of long-range plans in specific areas where we've added density to those areas. The El Camino Real specific plan process is an opportunity to revisit really what are the appropriate land uses from what we thought they should have been in 2010. And so that process from the corridor standpoint is giving us the opportunity, and the council has provided a lot of feedback. There's been a lot of community input in that. So there's a lot of opportunities here with the El Camino Real specific plan process. Meanwhile, we do have general plan designations that support mixed use along the corridor today. This action today is really to allow for zoning that will match up with the general plan. I know people understand that, but I also want everyone to understand really what are the implications here of rezoning. And rezoning is a very positive thing. It gives people development standards that are known, that are concrete, and it allows them to develop without utilizing state law. Today, state law allows people to develop to residential build out without rezoning. So essentially, if somebody wanted to come in and put housing in any of the sites that I've just listed, they wouldn't need to rezone. But here, the city is providing concrete standards, the 45-degree plane, these things that are actually helpful. Maybe they're not as concrete as the El Camino Real specific plan will be. By the time it's brought forward, we hope it'll be much more fine-tuned. But today, this particular action, I think, is going to provide more certainty about what the city is asking for development than not rezoning these sites. And the added benefit, of course, is that we can add them to the housing element.
Thank you. Councilmember Hardy?
I completely understand what you're trying to do and in what order. Maybe it's good that the map wasn't as part of this because there is a mistake. You have Cabrillo Elementary School there. It is Cabrillo Middle School. On the other side of that, on Barclay, is Bowers Elementary, and between it is where the city park is, where it's green. So your map is wrong, and maybe it's good it wasn't in there, because if we pass this, then that's part of the record. And that may need to be fixed.
Yeah, no, thank you, Councilmember Hardy. We'll definitely take a look at that.
That's my neighborhood, I know it.
Yeah, I'm sure.
Okay, so Councilmember Park,
Yeah, because I have another question, which is...
Can you make it quick, please?
I'll try. It's not my...
I know.
Not my habit. But like we're in phase 2 of the 3-phase general plan, and we've already exceeded a lot of the numbers. We've exceeded phase 3 for the general plan. At what point do we say, well, this general plan, we've it's not worked. It's an award-winning general plan, but we've not followed it. It's not worked. And rather than do all these area-specific plans and then keep the broken general plan in place, I mean, at what point do we simply say, well, maybe we need to relook at the general plan and not keep using the general plan as the template when we've broken it in so many different ways? So
the way to fix a general plan holistically, right, is a general plan update.
Yes.
Right? So that occurs, it takes several years, it takes a lot of money, but certainly is a very community-driven process to look at the general plan. And there certainly have been things that have changed since 2010. A lot of different projects have happened and occurred, and we've built out neighborhoods through specific plans, through other long-range planning tools than just the general plan update. However, that sort of like holistic approach to the whole general plan would really only occur if the council went through a general plan update process and adopted a brand new general plan.
Because that general plan was supposed to take us out to 2035, and we're not even at 2025, and we've got a general plan that largely, in major areas like along El Camino, we cannot follow.
And my answer to that is, in these areas of big change, we have done specific plans. It's more the other areas of the city and how do these specific plans interact with the other things that are going on citywide. But I would say that El Camino Real is a perfect example of how we've focused on one area and really realized that the land use environment needed to adapt and change to, quite frankly, the development pressures, the community interest, and go through this very engaged process to develop the land use plan here.
Okay, because again, just to beat a dead horse, but what's the use of having the general plan there if with the designation, the mixed use designations, the regional designations, if the developers are coming in with projects that don't match those at all, and we can't enforce them?
Okay, I don't know if you can answer what's the use
Yeah, I
general
think-
plan.
I think
If you
Councilmember
could
Park, I would
quickly,
just-
because
I-
I need to
right.
end this, so.
I would just say, like, we should talk about the sites that you're referring to that didn't adhere to the general plan, because in my understanding, the only way that that would happen is if we had state law involved, because otherwise, people would be, when new development occurs, they actually have to build to the general plan. Our challenge has been, we haven't had good zoning districts for people, and people have had to come in with PD zonings. And so that's been a challenge. But I'd love to talk to you, get some of those particular projects that you have, and I can give you follow-up on that.
It's like we have a problem, state has a solution, now it's worse.
All right, may I have a motion to close the public hearing?
Motion to close public hearing.
Motion second to close the public hearing. Please register your vote. And that passes unanimously. Do I have a motion to approve the number one resolution?
Second.
Motion second to approve recommendation number one. Please register your vote. And that passes unanimously. Thank you very much. And Councilmember Chahal.
I'll recuse from this item for the rest of the deliberation, and I'll excuse me for the rest of the meeting. I'm not feeling well, so I'll go from there. Thank you.
Thank you. Hope you feel better. All right, so we have the second part of this. Rena,
Great.
when you're ready.
Yes, it's very short. I'm just going to read the recommendation, which is about the 4 sites on El Camino Real. If we were going to talk about where they are on the map, they're actually the sites to the furthest to the east, the 2 sites that are north on Scott Boulevard, and then 3 of the sites south, close to Anna Drive. Those are the 3 sites. So, I'm sorry, those are the 4 sites that we are discussing. And the addresses, excuse me, are 2213, 2200, 2232, I'm missing one in here, 2065 El Camino Real. So it doesn't have to be an extended discussion. We needed to be able to take an action
Right,
separately on
separating
these.
the addresses. It's just the ones on the right. It's not the one on Bowers and Kylie.
Correct,
Okay.
correct,
That one goes the other side. Okay.
correct. That's with the
Very good.
13.
Any questions on these 4? Councilmember Watanabe?
I was
Oh, wait, do we have a whole public hearing we have to open for this one? No.
No, Madam Mayor,
That's closed for the whole
that's
item.
right. The public hearing was with respect to the
Very good.
entire item, unless there's somebody else who's indicated they thought otherwise.
Want to talk on this one? Okay. I'm going to ask, is there any member of the public that would like to speak on these 4 properties? No? Anyone online that would like to speak on these 4 properties? Okay, seeing none, I'm sorry, Councilmember Watanabe?
Thank you, Mayor. I was going to go ahead and just motion for staff recommendation.
All right.
Second.
There's a motion and a second. Motion by Councilmember Watanabe, second by Vice Mayor Becker. Please register your vote. And that passes 6-0. There was an abstention there, I believe. All right. Thank you very much, Director. We appreciate that. You may not be going far, though. All right, so next we have item number 7, public hearing, action on amendment to the City of Santa Clara General Plan, readoption of the 2023 to 2031 housing element with revisions. Director, go ahead, please.
Thank you. So once again, going to reference the April 11th letter that the city received from HCD that stated that it had reviewed this version of the housing element and that it would meet the statutory requirements for certification by HCD if we rezoned, and then readopted this housing element and went back through the formal submittal process. So today, I do want to just say that I'm going to share a couple of slides just to orientate the public on our housing element process, and then I'm going to focus on really the changes with this particular housing element and what's moved on. I don't know. It's not advancing. Oh, is that our first slide? Thank you. Thanks. So for background, housing elements are a required part in the state of California of every city's general plan. They're required by the state to be updated 8 years and to be reviewed and certified by HCD. Santa Clara just finished our 5th cycle that concluded last year, and now we are currently in the 6th cycle. And during that 6th cycle, we have adopted the housing element first on January 31st, 2023, and then we readopted it on January 27th, 2023. So in terms of what housing elements are required to do, what are cities responsible for? So this is a plan for housing. We need to provide capacity in our city where we've done adequate planning, and that means we have a list of sites in our housing element that demonstrate that we can meet our regional housing needs allocation, or RHNA, that we have the environmental clearance, that we have the general plan, and that we have the zoning for these sites. We also need a housing plan that demonstrates that we are taking active measures to facilitate housing and that we are removing and reducing any of these regulatory challenges or barriers. And then we are also complying with state laws. And really in the last 5 years, with the deluge of state enacted laws, this is actually rather difficult as well. Sorry, I might need your help throughout this presentation. So the RHNA process began at the state level, and the state assigned the Bay Area 440,000 units. And then our region, the Bay Area, through ABAG, the Association of Bay Area Governments, between 2019 and 2021, developed the methodology for how to allocate those 440,000 units to all the cities in the Bay Area. And for Santa Clara County, cities that participated in that methodology process included Santa Clara, included Mountain View, included the city of San Jose. So the city of Santa Clara was allocated a RHNA of 11,632 units. That allocation became formal on January 12, 2022. And between January and July, the city and consultants worked to produce what was about a 390-page draft housing element that had our programs, our policies, our sites. That was then made available for public review. We received public comments. Staff met with commenters, tried to address comments, and then officially submitted to HCD on August 22nd, 2022. And we did this recognizing that we would receive comments from HCD. We wanted to address them before we adopted the housing element. We then adopted, those comments were addressed from staff. They were added to the housing element. The city council made that adoption on January 31st, 2023. The city received a comment letter from HCD indicating that there were still comments outstanding. So we went from 43 revision items to 40 revision items. And then, once again, there was edits made, and the city council readopted the housing element in June. We received comments again. Of course, the dwindling numbers now down to 11. And really in the past year, we have been meeting with HCD frequently. We've submitted 6 revisions of the housing element, and we got to a place on February 28th where HCD indicated 0 revisions through their informal process. And so we needed to post this document publicly, get public comments, which we received. We spoke about them with HCD, and then we officially submitted to HCD and received this draft in compliance letter on April 11th. So what's really changed? I want to highlight really the first bullet. The first bullet is where the majority of changes are, which is we've added new Appendix C, which is about 50 pages and provides a lot of precise information on every site in our sites inventory to demonstrate not only are we adhering to whatever HCD methodology is involved for these sites, but that we have additional documentation about the reality of these sites developing. We've also, definitely taken feedback from the public throughout this entire process. And there were sites that we started out with in this process and are no longer on our sites inventory. So we certainly have modified our sites inventory in response to the housing element process. But Appendix C is really the big change between the previous housing element and this housing element. Wanted to note that we have removed some of the sites on El Camino Real in response, and one site in Tasman East in response to public comment, as well as discussing those sites with HCD. And we added an objective. And really what this is because HCD doesn't want us to get to the end of this 8-year period and say, oops, we didn't meet our numbers. So we are going to provide a formal update on our progress to council at the midpoint, and if we aren't on track, we are going to develop strategies to get us on track to meeting our RENA. Also at HCD's request, we gathered all the information related to emergency shelters so that it's easy for people to access and find, and we put them in one section. And we did make a further affirmation that there are no known barriers for development of the specific plan sites or those pipeline projects that are within our planning period. So here are our sites to meet the RENA, and they're really broken into 4 categories. The first is the pending and approved projects. And what you're gonna see here is these are the sites where we have an active development application on file, or even a project that's under construction. It just hasn't been issued a certificate of occupancy. These projects are real. We know that they're already happening. We then have the next category, which is ADU projections. And so we have, since really the last 5 years with new ADU laws, been producing about 50 to 70 ADUs annually in the city. So we've used about an estimate of projecting out about 50 ADUs a year, and us, as well as other cities in Santa Clara County, worked on a survey to assess really what the natural affordability is of ADUs, and we were able to take those that analysis and apply it to the projection, which HCD accepted, to break those units down by affordability. And then the next category is our available specific plan sites. So these are areas where we have the development capacity. We have the general plan that's lined up. We have these specific plans that have been adopted. But we don't have projects yet on file. This is remaining capacity. And these are areas where we have used HCD methodology in order to develop these units in these particular affordability categories. And then lastly, we have the El Camino Real rezoning sites. That's the sites that you just took action on, so thank you for doing that. Otherwise, this slide would have to have changed. So, and you can see how those numbers play out here. In terms of our totals, they're the bold numbers at the bottom. Of course, 19,233 is a lot of units. You can see how we're meeting surplus in the affordability categories. I do want to point out, although Santa Clara's numbers look really strong, the hardest types of projects to achieve are those very low income developments. All of them require subsidies. They require partnerships with nonprofits, private partnerships, nonprofit partnerships. So I don't want these numbers to look like this is a slam dunk. This is a lot of hard work on those very, very low and low income affordability levels. One more. So we do have a lot more confidence now that we have a letter from HCD. They've reviewed the entire housing element. They've given us a sort of thumbs up, as much of a thumbs up as they can give at this moment, right? And we're really hopeful that adopting this housing element is going to become something that HCD will certify. So our next step is to, once the council takes action on hopefully adopting this housing element, we will submit to HCD. HCD has about 60 days to provide response to the city. The Planning Commission voted unanimously on the housing element with the revisions incorporated. And then staff's recommendation is for the council to adopt a resolution to amend the general plan by readopting the housing element for the 2023 to 2031 cycle with revisions presented to address HCD's comments. And that concludes the report.
Thank you for that, Director. Is there any questions of this, on this, from the council? Councilmember Jane.
If we adopt this tonight, does that stop builder's remedy applications?
So this is the United States, and people can do what they want to do and file what they want to file. But I think City Attorney, do you want to weigh in on that?
Nobody wants to answer that one.
Yeah, I get the questions that nobody wants to answer. Madam Mayor, Council,
You can give us a political answer if you like, which is no answer.
it'll be politically, legally compliant.
Exactly.
And it's really the position we've been taking all along, and it's stated in your staff report. From a legal compliance standpoint, we believe that the housing element you adopted back in January of 2023 was substantially compliant with the legal, with the standards under state law. We think that element got improved with some interactions with HCD, and the one that you reapproved, was it June 27th, 2023, was even more substantially compliant, with state law. And so our position has been, and we've communicated that to developers, is that we think we've had a legally compliant housing element all along. Of course, the HCD has a different opinion about that. Developers have a different opinion about that. HCD feels that their certification, right, is what constitutes substantial compliance. We disagree. We don't think the cases, at least at this point, suggest that. And so that's what been our position, and we think it's an appropriate one. There is no doubt, though, that your adoption of this housing element in this form now improves that argument, and it makes you even more substantially compliant, and is clearly a necessary path along the way to getting HCD's ultimate certification, which is the true safe harbor. So that's my political legal answer, Madam Mayor.
Thank you for that opinion. Okay, very good. Let's see, Councilmember Jane, you have more questions or comments? Because I'm going to go to the public.
We've believed that we were substantially compliant for years, and yet we had builder's remedy applications. So how is this different?
I think Rena's point's the right point. People can always apply. People can always sue us, right? Even if we think we acted properly. So you can't prevent people from availing themselves of opportunities they think they may have, either because they feel strongly about the law or they're trying to leverage, a position on a particular development project.
Okay. I think this protects us more than we have before. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Park?
Yeah, I guess the question, the refinement there is for applications that were put in, if there were applications that were put in prior to the adoption today, could they come to us with builder's remedy? I think that this definitely protects us against future applications, but what about applications that were done prior to this? And then I guess I'll continue to ask some questions like, what are our options for pushing back on HCD? Like, I just came back from a conference, several weeks ago in Sacramento, where we were told that HCD does not even consider feasibility when they come up with the housing numbers. They're simply coming up with numbers. And at that point, I mean, when you hear something like that, it's almost like I don't even want to consider complying with numbers that don't have a basis in feasibility. And how do we have a feasibility talk? How do we have that talk about numbers? What are our options for having a discussion with HCD as opposed to simply getting a mandate and saying you have to fulfill this mandate?
Well, I do have to say that HCD has been incredibly busy. I'm not going to speak on behalf of them, right? But they've been providing analysis of housing elements across the entire state. And they've been very cooperative with us in the last few months in particular and meeting with us really diligently. So I can only speak to HCD and working with them through the process, and really in the last several months, they have provided good communication and frequent, I mean, these people are incredibly busy reviewing all these housing elements. So I can only speak to that. I do have to say that there are opportunities, I think, that are going to be made available after this whole cycle is over to provide feedback, perhaps, to HCD, just constructive feedback for the next housing element cycle. And I think there are opportunities there to share that. At this point, I think we're all really interested in getting across the finish line and hopefully being there soon.
All right, thank you. This is a public hearing, and I'm going to go to the public. Does anyone here in chambers, would anyone like to make a public testimony? Please come forward. Welcome.
Good evening, Mayor Gilmore, City Council members, and staff. After those comments, this is going to be interesting. My name is Dave Vieira, and I own property at 2050 Lafayette Street. Recently, my family and I formally submitted an SB 330 preliminary application to redevelop housing on our properties at Lafayette Street and Parker Court. We understand that our application is one of 3 that have been made to the city under SB 330 and the Builder's Remedy. My family and I have long advocated for the preservation of housing on our site and its inclusion in the city's housing element and sites inventory. For years, our site and neighborhood have been passed over. We are grateful that state law and the Builder's Remedy have given us the opportunity to save much-needed affordable housing on our site. As you consider the revised housing element before you tonight, I'm here because I wanted you to have an opportunity to hear why we have chosen this path. You've probably been told that our site is an industrial one and that residential uses on it are inconsistent with your general plan. You've probably also heard some things about the Builder's Remedy. Over 100 years ago, my grandparents immigrated to this country from Portugal and fell in love with Santa Clara. They had nothing, but they eventually were able to buy their own ranch at Lafayette and Parker. When they were told that the local cannery workers could not find housing, my grandparents chose to build apartments on part of the ranch to help. They didn't know the apartment business, but they did know that it was the right thing to do. Even though housing has always existed in our neighborhood, our underlying zoning was changed by the city to light industrial. Ironically, our neighborhood has even more amenities now, such as sports complexes, dog parks, bike lanes, and shopping, all within walking distance or literally across the street. We're clearly not trying to force housing into an industrial area or put jobs and industry at risk. I understand that you have a great deal to consider this evening. You have a housing element that is not in compliance with HCD and state housing element law. Please know that my family and I greatly appreciate all the time and effort that has been put forth by you, city staff, and the HCD on this housing element. Tonight is not about 2050 Lafayette. My family and I plan to save housing on our site and move forward with our current application. It's what my grandmother would have wanted, and we believe it's the right thing to do. Thank you all so much for your time and consideration tonight.
Thank you, Dave, and we did get your letter as well, so
Thank
you for sending that to us. Appreciate it. Anyone else here in the council chambers? All right, online I have Tom. Go ahead, Tom. You're muted. There you go. Welcome.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. My name is Tom Mayhew, and I'm commenting on behalf of the Housing Action Coalition. One important part of passing a housing element is that the council needs to decide whether existing uses of sites on the inventory are likely to discontinue before January 31st, 2031. That's finding number 3 on the resolution. And I would submit that you should not make that finding tonight because you do not have evidence of likelihood about all of the sites on the inventory. Here are 3 examples. The office park at 4701 Patrick Henry has 27 parcels and 10 different owners. Some want to develop, others don't. But every one of them has an easement to use the common parking lot. You do not have evidence that the ones that want to develop will convince the others to give up their rights. Maybe they will, maybe they won't. They've been talking about it for at least 5 years now. Around the corner, there's a business called Rocket EMS at 2950 Patrick Henry. It has a 36,000 square foot clean room that it put in at a cost of over $1 million in the last 10 years. The building's not owned by a developer who wants to build an apartment building. It's owned by a tech company that makes circuit boards. You need to ask yourself tonight, do I think that Rocket EMS is going to move out before January 2031 so that someone can build an apartment building for affordable housing? There's a church next door. They spent a lot of money creating a sanctuary so they can have Sunday services. They have 3 Sunday services every week. You need to ask yourself tonight, do I believe what staff is asking me to find, that the New Hope Korean Church is going to move out of their building before January 2031 so that someone can build apartments? If you don't believe you have enough evidence of what is likely, then you should vote no. You shouldn't say that these sites are meeting the housing need if they won't. Staff can come back to you with a valid plan and you can pass it. This is a plan for 8 years of housing needs, and you should want it to be right and want it to be based on evidence.
Thank you. Thank you, Tom. Is there anyone else that would like to speak online? I don't see any others. All right. Let's see, Vice Mayor Becker, question or motion?
Yeah, so I'm pretty much ready to make a motion, but I really want to ask the city attorney's opinion because I've kind of heard, from both sides. I've heard from staff that we are 100% in compliance, that these areas that were selected for specific reasons. And then I hear on the other side, especially from housing advocates too, that, those sites, you don't know if they're going to be gone. What kind of validity, I guess, is that I'm trying to ask?
Okay, Councilmember Jane, question?
I had exactly the same question. It seems like previously we had put a number of sites on our housing element. Then HAC came back and said those weren't valid, and turns out they were not valid. So I want to know what outreach was done to these 3 sites. Thank you.
All right, Councilmember Watanabe.
Thank you, Mayor. Number 1, is the clock running on the cycle? Has the clock already started running? Okay, that's what I thought. Okay, just listening to the previous caller, it sounded like they were saying to hold off. But the thing is, if the clock is running, we have a certain amount of time to get this accomplished. Number 2, based on the testimony given by Mr. Vieira, and the fact that they have submitted something under, it sounds like, builder's remedy, is there the possibility that they can resubmit, that it could be resubmitted so that it isn't under builder's remedy? And then number 2, does the fact that it's in a light industrial area, that it's located in a light industrial area, does that have an impact on them being able to accomplish their goals? And I guess number 3, I know in the presentation you mentioned that VLI was the hardest category to accomplish in terms of building. And it sounds like what they're trying to accomplish is it sounds like it's VLI. So because of that fact and the fact that it is hard to achieve that goal under that category, could we take all of that into consideration? And that's all I have. Thank you.
All right, those are the questions, Director.
Yeah, thank you. So I did want to just acknowledge, let's see, the speaker, Tom Mayhew, with the Housing Action Coalition. So those 3 sites that he raised were formally raised to the city already, and staff has done research on the sites, provided additional evidence in Appendix C about why these 3 sites have a high likelihood of being able to redevelop in the next 8 years. 2 of those sites come to the top of my head very quickly. I don't know Rocket EMS as off the top of my head, but I do know that for 407 4701 Patrick Henry Drive that involves 27 parcels. We did reach out to the majority property owner who has a majority property interest. They provided evidence to us that they actually have lease terms that allow them to be able to move forward with development if they provide their tenants 2 years. So that was something that was additional evidence that we got that involved the majority property owner. I also know that one of the sites that was discussed also had talked to city staff at an event about being interested in redeveloping. So there's just more information that we have available, and I want you to know that the sites that we've included, we've provided additional information, and that's why we have this Appendix C, and those aren't 3 new sites that haven't been raised before. I also wanted to talk a little bit, I think, Vice Mayor Becker, I think I'm getting to your point perhaps by my answer, because you wanted to understand whether or not people can develop or not develop, or I'm not sure if I fully understood your question. I think I might have just answered it.
Yeah, you kind of basically answered it. Like, so they named some sites, like if it didn't, oh, they're not going to develop, they will develop. So I just kind of was concerned about that. So I think you kind of answered it, but yeah, you answered it. So.
Okay. And so this kind of helps with Mr. Vieira's comment as well. So the city's approach in trying to develop our sites for our housing element, as I mentioned, you need general plan, you need zoning, and you need environmental clearance. So when you don't have general plan conformance, you are going to certainly be an environmental process that's going to require circulation, most likely an EIR. So the city, for us, we wanted to really focus on, quite frankly, leveraging all the long-range planning we've done, where we've created a lot of residential capacity. And those are the sites focused on the specific plan sites that we have in our housing element. So Mr. Vieira's perspective of submitting a builder's remedy application, they, regardless if it's a builder's remedy application that was able to move forward in that capacity or not, they would still need to do CEQA, and they would, because they're in a light industrial area and are surrounded by light industrial uses, those kinds of impacts that could have an impact on residential would have to be analyzed as well. So that's not something we can just, I think he acknowledged that by saying it's not about their site today, because we can't just add them to the housing element. They would need to do CEQA review. They would need to do CEQA review even if it was a builder's remedy application, or if they tried to proceed with what the city's process would be a general plan amendment and a rezoning to allow for residential. The clock is already ticking, and Councilmember Becker, Councilmember Watanabe, your questions were about what kind of process they would have, and would there be a consideration? So I think that the description that Mr. Vieira had of the residential that exists today is naturally occurring, probably very low income or low income housing. I wasn't entirely sure that what he was proposing to put in its place was very low income housing. So I think we would just want to take a closer look at that application just to confirm that, but I don't really have the analysis of that here.
All right, Councilmember, I'm sorry, were you done?
I just saw that City Attorney Guggens had a comment.
Yeah, Madam Mayor, just to add to that for the record, appreciate the comments on those specific sites. The Appendix C is helpful in that regard. I think there's substantial information on the record of the Planning Commission proceedings as well, and with a lot of your interactions with HCD that talked about these very issues and these sites. So we're confident, Mayor, that there's a strong legal basis for you to be able to make the required findings, here. And I'd ask, since I've not been on the front line of this, Xander Abbey from my group, who's been advising, to see if he wants to make any additional comments for the record in response to the points raised by the speaker.
That was on the screen.
Yes.
I didn't
Yes, ma'am.
recognize him so much. Xander, do you have anything you'd like to say?
Thank you, Mayor. Good evening, Mayor and council members. I'll try to be relatively brief. I think the most important thing to note is that even if Mr. Mayhew is correct and all of these sites are unsuitable for development, we are still well in excess of the RENA allocation. We have a significant buffer in this site's inventory. So if even for some reason all these sites had to be discounted, we would still meet the RENA number. Also, I would suggest, as Mr. Guggens and Ms. Brio noted, it's possible that Mr. Mayhew maybe hasn't read all 56 pages of the evidence we provided as to why we believe these non-vacant sites are developable. He's citing to the same sites that he cited in a March 8th letter urging us not to proceed with the housing element. And I mean, just as an example, he says for one of the sites, the city has not even attempted to figure out whether the family discontinue its business. If you'd actually looked at page C17 of the appendix, it says the owner has been in conversation with real estate brokers about marketing their property for sale for residential development. He cites to another property that we actually removed from the inventory in his letter. And he goes on to, criticize the potential redevelopment of a church site by saying the city identifies no church or religious buildings that have been demolished recently to create housing. I'd remind the council that on March 19th of this year, you approved the demolition of St. Mark's Episcopal Church to provide for 22 dwelling units. I don't think it's necessary to go into further detail, but I just wanted to echo the comments of the other speakers. We have significant confidence that these sites will redevelop given the ample amount of evidence that we provided to HCD, and HCD has agreed with us. Once HCD certifies the element, we have a presumption of the housing element's validity, a presumption of validity if it's ever challenged or if anybody ever brings a builder's remedy application after tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, Xander. All right, is that it, Rena? Thank you. Councilmember, Vice Mayor Becker, do you have a motion to close the public hearing?
Yes, I have a motion to close the public hearing.
Thanks.
Second.
Second. Motion second to close the public hearing. Please register your vote. Vice Mayor Becker, do you have a motion to
Yes, I do have a motion. I'd like to
adopt the resolution?
adopt the resolution. I do have one. First off, I have to thank City Attorney Guggens and also City Attorney Xander Abbey. We have a pretty rock star attorney team here, and it was always a pleasure to work with Xander when we were on the Planning Commission. So thank you, Xander. But I make that motion, and I have a tiny little question for the city attorney in that, seeing what Xander just said about, even if all those sites don't match up, we still meet our arena. If we name things and it doesn't ever pan out in like 10 years after the date, do we get in trouble or anything, or is any citations for that? Just curious question about that.
They come and find all of us and do something.
I'm sorry, could you say if we name something that
Yeah, if we name something on the list and then 10 years from now it ends up, or 2031 or whatever it is, ends up not being on the list, like, is that a problem? Are we in trouble?
Yeah, I think our director has an answer for that. The answer is no. We've got regular reporting requirements.
Okay,
These
good.
aren't guarantees. These sites will develop, and so it's kind of an ongoing process, but I'll refer that over to Rena for an even better answer.
With this presentation about what is a housing element need to do, we need to demonstrate that we've planned for the capacity. So if we have sites that aren't developing for whatever reason, or they develop in a different way, we need to find other places where they're going to develop. So the one thing to note is that everything on this housing sites inventory is not a comprehensive list about every project that is on file with the city. We have other projects that are not on our housing element. So there's a lot of opportunities to meet these numbers, hopefully. But like I said, specifically those very low income units are just from a subsidy standpoint going to take a lot of effort.
Awesome, great. I'm glad
We
I
don't know what's going to happen with the market in the future, and we can't promise any of these sites are going to develop. We can just do our best to see the ones that are likely to develop, so.
Yeah, totally understand. And
All right,
thank you
so
for clarifying that loud and clear.
I would
Is that
like
a
to
motion?
second the motion.
All right,
And I will say that I found all of the information in the report very interesting, especially the demographic information. Thank you.
So we have a motion and a second for this adoption, readoption and adoption, and readoption. Okay.
Yeah. 33
register
times
your
is a
vote.
charm.
Councilmember Park, do you have your hand up? Because I don't see it up.
Could you please vote, Councilmember Park?
Do it again.
Could you tell us your vote, Councilmember Park?
Yes.
Do it again? One more time? And that passes 6-0 with those on the dais. Thank you very much.
They won't let me.
Thank you. What's next?
I believe it's the annual action plan, isn't it?
Public hearing, consideration of the 2024-2025 annual action plan, final, and the 2021-2022 annual action plan, substantial amendment for the use of federal housing and urban development grant funds.
Thank you. Adam Marcus, our Housing and Community Services Manager, will present.
Thank you and welcome.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor and City Council. Adam Marcus with the city's Housing and Community Services Division. Tonight is the second and final hearing for the 2024-2025 annual action plan and also a public hearing on a proposed substantial amendment to the 2021-2022 action plan. As you know, the city receives formula allocations annually for two federal programs, the Community Development Block Grant and HOME. The annual action plan determines how the city will spend these funds each year. We are required to hold two public hearings to finalize this plan. In the first hearing, we received supportive comment from a nonprofit agency and several comments from the City Council about how to increase public service funding, if we can use CDBG and HOME for universal income, if we can use CDBG funds for ADA curb ramps citywide, interest in building a possible navigation center near the BART station, and questions about timeliness. Responses were summarized in the revised annual action plan, but I'm also happy to answer additional questions this evening. We received some late breaking news this afternoon that HUD has just released their actual numbers on CDBG and HOME.
Wow.
This is good news because I can share this with you verbally, but unfortunately some of our slides are going to be a little bit inaccurate tonight. So bear with us with the visuals and the verbal. After the first hearing, staff learned that HUD was anticipating an across-the-board funding cut. Staff estimated a 13% reduction to our CDBG funding. Today's actual numbers confirmed today are smaller. They're closer to 4.8% for CDBG. Staff estimated a 16% reduction for our HOME funding. Today's actual numbers confirmed a larger reduction of 18%. I'll discuss the implication of these in later slides. Staff also learned that the Health Trust will transition management of the Meals on Wheels program to another nonprofit, Loaves and Fishes, effective July 1. This is part of a larger organizational shift for the Health Trust. Staff has since confirmed that the city can fund Loaves and Fishes to maintain the continuity of this program. Lastly, staff are proposing to increase the Project Sentinel amount from $51,264 to $67,803 to correct an error in their first draft. The correction will match the prior year amount for this organization in this program. Staff has also updated our prior year funding estimates based on updated spending information. So the next two slides are going to be a little off because we got our new numbers today, so please bear with me. Our total CDBG resources are made up of three categories. There's the allocation, which is what we get each year, and that's the number that got updated today. Last year, our allocation was a little over $1 million, $1,034,553. We were estimating that it would reduce down to $899, and in reality, it didn't go down that far. It only reduced down to $984,000 and change. Again, that was a 4.8% decrease from last year, not a 13% decrease. The second category that makes up our total resources for CDBG is funds from prior years. These are funds that were committed that were not fully spent. We did adjust those numbers a little bit, and those went up by about $4,000. The program income estimates that we had did not change since the last draft. So in summary, for CDBG, the total amount, when you add those three categories together, is now going to be $1,785,000 and change, which is an increase of approximately $85,000 over the staff's estimate. While it's good news that this allocation is higher than expected, we do recommend keeping the allocations as they are for the following reason. And we'll talk about contingency language on a later slide. The reason is that our ability to spend funding on public services is capped at 15%. And since we don't know yet exactly what our program income is, which is part of that formula, we think it's wise to finish out the fiscal year and see exactly what that is. And also, any excess funds that we do have could go to an extra NCIP home repair loan. And that's what we have currently in our contingency. So that would not require another trip to council. It could just continue as is stated in the contingencies. We'll talk about that. This slide covers home. As I mentioned, home allocation, the actual allocation is less than last year. The actual allocation is a little bit lower than what we thought it would be. It's $355,268, which is an 18% decrease from last year, not a 16% decrease. We also adjusted our prior year funds a little bit. Those went down by $119,000, and again, that's just us scrubbing our numbers and looking at how various programs have been spending. Program income remains the same. So in summary, for the home program, the total actual home, when you add the allocation, which we now know, prior year funds and program income, the total is $822,000, which is about a $9,000 decrease from what we had estimated. As a reminder, HUD caps the amount of funding that can be spent each year on public services. So we spend up to 15% of our entitlement dollars and up to 15% of our prior year's program income. Those two together is what we can spend on public services. The rest of the CDBG dollars have to be spent on capital projects. On this slide, staff highlighted two changes to the public services allocations. The first one I mentioned is adding back in the Meals on Wheels program. We weren't sure if we'd be able to include that. We were able to, so it's now back in. We did adjust the other numbers slightly to then more fully utilize our public service cap. So those numbers went to 31,600. And lastly, I mentioned the correction to Project Sentinel's number as well. Turning to affordable housing, we are proposing to decrease the entitlement funding for NCIP. This is our home repair program. Now keep in mind, we fund this program with not just entitlement dollars, but also with program income. So $250,000 is not the total amount that's going to the home repair program. It's just the new money. So in order to accommodate that reduction in CDBG, this is where that's having an impact. But keep in mind that this program, if we do get program income during the year, so if somebody pays off their loan, that can then go straight into the next loan. Also, we do have the ability to borrow from capital projects that we've already committed to that are unlikely to draw down funds this year. So we're able to move those funds forward into more NCIP projects if the demand is there. There's no change to the CDBG, the ADA curb ramp project. That's continuing as is. And we have 2 slides on our contingency language. Again, the purpose here is really, in this case for CDBG, we are getting more than we expected in our plan. So the contingency language here would say that those additional funds would go either to a multifamily affordable housing related project or to a single family repair project through our NCIP program. And for the home program, the actual allocation was less than last year, so we would simply adjust the amount that goes into our tenant-based rental assistance program. So at this point, I want to shift to our second public hearing item, which is related to the 2021-2022 substantial amendment. So HUD requires, sorry, one second. Yeah. When proposing significant changes to a previously approved annual action plan, we do need to make a substantial amendment. The public must be given a 30-day review. And the review period for this particular item began April 5th, and tonight is the first and final hearing for this substantial amendment to the 2021-2022 annual action plan. HUD requires entitlement jurisdictions who receive home funds to set aside a portion for what are called Community Housing Development Organizations, or CHODOs for short. CHODOs are nonprofit organizations that meet HUD requirements and have capacity to serve as an owner or sponsor for an affordable housing project. In past years, the city has not committed our CHODO funds because CHODO administration is labor intensive, and very few organizations actually want to do it for the amount that's available. Jurisdictions must hold CHODO set-aside funds for 2 years before we can reprogram them for other uses. The 21-2022 annual action plan set aside approximately $66,000 for CHODO purposes, and staff recommends reallocating these funds for our tenant-based rental assistance program. And with that, our recommendations are to approve the 2024-2025 annual action plan as revised, and direct staff to include any public comments. Number 2, to delegate authority to the city manager to designate to execute all agreements related to this annual action plan. And of course, number 3, to approve the substantial amendment to the 2021-2022 annual action plan. And with that, I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Do we have questions on this? Councilmember Jane?
I may be confused about this. It seemed like we had some excess funds, and we ended up putting in something like $250,000 into curb cuts. Is that correct? And then since we got less money, well, we had planned for substantial cuts for CDBG, but we got more than what we had planned for. How does that affect I think you're maintaining curb cuts at 600,000 is what I saw. Can any of that money be reallocated to other organizations? Usually when we discuss the CDBG, we have a bunch of nonprofits that come to our meetings and say, you know, we appreciate that you're giving us all this money, or we need more money. I didn't see that recently, so how has that changed? Thank you.
Councilmember Hardy?
Just want to turn it. I was looking over the recommendations. I want to make certain I understand, because I made a little notes, and your numbers changed at the last minute, I understand. But basically, what I was seeing from the general fund is that it was only the 87,800. But when I see the recommendation, it's talking about the revision of the action plan. I wanted to make certain, is that what you were talking about as the action plan? And then I want to understand if we exceed the $250,000 threshold, is that talking about the total funds that we would get through all these different programs? That it wasn't clear in the recommendations if that's what you meant there. And then it says to approve the annual action plan substantial amendment, because you asked for the plan, and then you asked for something else, and then you asked for the amendment. So if I can understand what the recommendation is. Thank you.
Okay, Councilmember Watanabe?
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, thank you, Andrew, for the presentation, Adam. So I always do that. So anyway, just for clarification, because you mentioned about how the HUD made changes in the appropriation of monies, and because the comment period had started back on April 5th, and the final date for the annual action plan substantial amendment is to be voted on tonight or approved tonight. Because it changed at the last minute, does that affect the numbers? It doesn't cause us to have to start the whole process all over again? I'm thinking no, but I'm just wanted to clarify or make sure. Thank you.
Those are the questions whenever you're ready. That's it.
I'll go ahead and try, and if I don't fully answer your question, please let me know. Let's see, let's go in order here. So Councilmember Jane, let me distinguish between what we mean by excess funds. So in general, we can only spend 15% of our funds for public service agencies. The rest has to go to capital projects. Capital projects are more labor intensive. They're more complicated, there's more steps, there's a lot of variables, a lot of uncertainty. It's in some ways easier to fund a program than it is to fund a capital project. But most of the money has to go towards capital projects. So I have heard very loud and clear that there's interest in finding ways to support more agencies and provide more services. But that would need to come from another source. We can't use the capital funds portion for that purpose. Was there another part to your question about curb cuts? So the curb cuts.
That answers it. I understand. Curb cuts are capital. I get it. Yeah.
Okay. Councilmember Hardy. You were asking about the general fund, about the $87,000. Can you repeat that part of your question?
When I look at your numbers, that was the 87,800, that's coming from the general fund. I wanted to know if that had changed with your numbers and if that's where we were allocating within your annual action plan. I've got to get some more water. Or the annual action substantial amendment.
Okay, so we're talking about two different actions here.
Yeah.
So the first one has to do with our new annual action plan, which is coming forward in July. So that's our 2024-2025 annual action plan. That's our plan for spending the new money. That's one action tonight.
Oh, I didn't catch the numbers there. Yeah.
And then the other action is going back to one of our older annual action plans and making an amendment to that plan so that we can recycle the money and use it for a different purpose.
Got it. Okay.
So that's to maybe hopefully clarifies the different, we're not amending the plan we're adopting. They're two different plans.
Okay. Got it.
And I'm still a little confused. The 87,000, is that which program is that? Is there a slide or a?
You go back to your slides, that was what it was talking about, was required from the general plan. I don't remember which number it was. I found it in.
Oh, I see. Yeah, on slide 3, or slide 6, I'm sorry.
And I wondered if that number had changed because you were you got thrown at you some late numbers.
That number is not changing.
Okay.
Because of the numbers we got today from HUD are what we call our allocation or entitlement funds. Those are just CDBG federal dollars. The reason we are changing the general fund numbers is just correcting a typo in that Project Sentinel line, because for the last year or two, we've been funding them at this level, and there was an error in the first draft of this plan that came on the first hearing. And so all we're doing is correcting that to bring it back up to what it was the prior year. And that's independent of the federal levels, yeah.
Got it.
Okay, thank you. Okay, and Councilmember Watanabe, do the numbers start over? Can you help me out with that one again? I didn't quite capture the question.
No worries, no. Because you got this last minute change, I was just wondering if it had an impact on the program and the designations for the different categories, just because of this last minute change. I just want to make sure it doesn't affect our the city's plans, to carry out.
No, it doesn't affect it. That's why we have contingency plans built into in the annual action plan. So if there's a little bit more than we had planned for, because it's often the case where we have to bring this forward to council. This is due to HUD very shortly after this meeting. So we're all in the same boat with all the other grantees. They have to do their best estimates, and oftentimes best practice is to put contingencies in so that if it's not exact, we can always, we know what you want and we can make an adjustment. So no, we don't have to wait.
Okay.
I think it's, for the CDBG program, it's good news. We're getting more than we had hoped. And it's an easy adjustment on the home side because we just we only do one thing with home. That's our tenant-based rental assistance, and all we need to do is just reduce that a little bit. It's easy to do.
And I don't know, were you here earlier when the mayor told the story about the allocation, the house that we visited here in Santa Clara, where they rehabilitated the house, they painted the house, and it was actually through one of the programs. I saw it tonight, and where they rehabilitated a senior's home who actually found out about the program through the health and wellness fair coming up through the senior center. So
we'll be there.
It was a great story.
We'll be promoting the program for sure.
Yeah.
Well, you certainly changed someone's life. He was a very nice gentleman, and yeah, he was really happy with the program. All right, so this is a public hearing. I'm going to go to the public. I see no public members that don't work for the city in the audience. So online, is there anyone online that would like to speak? All right, may I have a motion to close the public hearing? Motion, is there a second? Okay, we have a motion by Vice Mayor Becker, second by Councilmember Jane, close public hearing. Please register your vote. And that passes 6-0. Those on the dais, Councilmember, Vice Mayor Becker, do you have a motion?
Yes, I do. I'd like to take staff's recommendation.
Is that good enough, City Attorney? Staff's recommendation?
It is for me, as long as
Adam, is that okay for
any
you?
changes you made were included in your presentation. Were there any changes based on the new money, or was relative to what's reflected on the staff on the agenda?
Is that good enough? Sufficient? Okay, very good. Is there a second to that?
I'll second.
All right, we have a motion by Vice Mayor Becker, second by Councilmember Jane for staff's recommendation. Please register your vote. And that passes 6-0 with those on the dais. Thank you very much, and thank you for that excellent report. We appreciate it. Thank you very much. Feel free to stay for the rest of the meeting. All right. Thought I'd add that for a little fun. Okay. Especially speaking of fun, all right, next item. Action on the stadium manager and Stadco's request to assign stadium builders licenses to an additional 24 field seats in the north and south end zones of Levi Stadium.
Thank you. Chuck Baker, Assistant City Manager, is presenting.
All right, welcome.
Good evening, Madam Chair.
We're here
members.
before midnight, so that's pretty good.
Yeah, good late evening, everyone. Good evening, Madam Chair, members of the board, and members of the public. The item before you today is to consider an action on Stadium Manager and Stadco's request to assign stadium builder licenses to 24 additional field seats in the north and south end zones of Levi Stadium. A little bit of background. The Stadium Authority has the exclusive right to sell, license, or transfer SBLs, which stands for Stadium Builder Licenses, and similar instruments for all the seats located in Levi Stadium, except for seats located in the private suites, which are controlled by the Niners or Stadco. SBL holders have the exclusive right to purchase tickets to Niners games, as well as priority access to other events for the 30-year term. And the stadium manager is responsible for making recommendations to the Stadium Authority with respect to facilitation of a secondary market for SBLs, like pricing and managing SBL agreements. So on June 21, 2022, the board approved the assignment of SBLs priced at $17,500 per seat for up to 70 field seats in the north and south end zones. The board also authorized the executive director to negotiate and execute an agreement with Stadco regarding obligations related to the field seats consistent with the June 21, 2022 agenda. The board also authorized the executive director to work with the stadium manager to clean up the language to the SBL template form that is in compliance with the stadium lease. So an SBL allocation agreement was subsequently executed, and here's an outline of the terms. The NFL must approve the addition of up to 70 field seats on an annual basis. The NFL may direct at any time without prior warning the move, removal, or alteration of the seats. And the Stadium Authority designates all 70 field seats to the form SBL and prices them at $17,500 per seat. Stadco is responsible for any cost of complimentary food and beverage. SBL holders are granted access to the stadium club space. Stadco agrees to bear full responsibility for the club space, food, and beverage cost. And then Stadco is solely responsible for any costs related to any design, construction, maintenance, replacement, removal, repair, and deconstruction of the 70 field seats. So let's take a look at the existing SBL revenues. Stadium manager sold SBLs for 66 out of the 70 seats that were approved on June 21st, 2022. I'll explain the gap in a later slide. Stadium Authority has collected $635,523 in SBL principal and interest to date. Existing field seats have generated $27,388.60 in NFL ticket surcharge revenue since June of 2022. So that covers the background of how we got here. And so now I'd like to outline the key elements of the proposal. Essentially, the proposal is to assign SBLs to an additional 24 field seats in the north and south end zones of Levi Stadium and price each SBL at $17,500 per seat. The south end zone field seats proposal is to increase by 21 seats, including 4 ADA seats, which would represent a gross number of 47 seats, including 8 ADA seats, which is where we got the gap from before, because we did not sell all of those seats, so we could set them aside for ADA. So the total would be 8 ADA seats for the south end zone. The north end zone field seat proposal is to increase by 3 seats with no additional ADA seats, which would represent a total gross number of 47 seats, including 4 ADA seats. So the total incremental SBLs available would be 24, and 4 incremental SBLs would be set aside for ADA seats. I know that's a kind of a mouthful, but certainly happy to answer questions. And so the additional terms are as follows. Stadco will be responsible for the cost of complimentary food and beverage amenities provided to field seat SBL holders or any amenities that are exclusively provided. The field seat SBL holders will be granted access to club space at the stadium, and Stadco agrees that it will bear responsibility for the complimentary food and beverage services costs. Stadco will be responsible for design, construction, alteration, improvement, maintenance, replacement, removal, repair, and deconstruction costs. And Stadco has agreed to extend the contractually bound May 31st, 2024 cutoff date to June 30, 2024, so we can sell tickets, they can sell tickets for the NFL 2024 season for any of the 24 field seats that do not have SBLs. The proposed net new revenue is as follows. New field seat SBLs are expected to generate approximately $650,000 in incremental revenue based on a $17,500 seat price and several key assumptions. The breakdown of that $650,000 is $385,000 in principal, $128,000 in interest, and $137,000 in NFL surcharge. This projection assumes 22, not 24, 22 projected SBL seats will be sold, with no SBLs expected to be sold for 2 out of the 4 new ADA seats. So we're setting aside, out of this 24, 2 for ADA. Projected sales for the 17 SBLs on, so basically we're going to have sales of 17 SBLs on or prior to June 30th, 2024. And then the $650,000 projection also assumes that 5 remaining seats would be sold after June 30th, 2024. SBL revenue would be collected in 2025 or subsequent years. We're assuming that 20 SBLs would be financed over the term of 10 years with an 8.5% interest rate, assuming 2 SBLs would be paid in full at the time of purchase. Ticket prices for the field seats would grow at 5% annually through 2039. Also want to note that the 4% SBL sales commission can be accounted for in the SBL sales and services portion of the Stadium Authority fiscal year 24-25 budget. So before we get to the recommendation, I want to talk about our analysis. Essentially, as I mentioned earlier, the SBL allocation agreement provides that the NFL must approve on an annual basis the existing 70 field seats. Every year they approve it. The field seat configuration will provide a total, with this net new 24, 94 field seats, which is the equivalent of 47 field seats in each end zone. So the NFL annually approves, that NFL approval means that the field seat SBLs are temporary in nature because every year they can change. They hold full authority, the NFL, to review and approve the seating structure every year on the field seats. So any changes would require additional approval. So at the time of the writing of this report, Stadco received NFL's conditional approval of the field seats for the 24 season. The SBL allocation agreement ensures that Stadco is responsible for food and beverage amenity costs, capital construction, and improvement costs, which would come with moving those seats. Otherwise, the Stadium Authority could be responsible for the following. We could be responsible for food and beverage amenity costs, per game per seat, capital construction improvements, maintenance, replacement, removal. So I'd like to note that future non-NFL events may require the temporary removal of the field seats and reinstallation, which for general non-NFL events are about $8,000 per event. So about $4,000 to move them, $4,000 to put them back. Stadco's agreement to extend, there's another piece of the analysis, Stadco's agreement to extend the annual SBL cutoff date to June 30th for the 24 field seats provided the Stadium Authority and Stadco additional time to come to an agreement on the various commitments associated with the seats. The extended cutoff date also provides the stadium manager's SBL team additional time to sell the SBLs, as the SBL team will have over a month to sell the SBLs. Additional analysis, Stadium Authority will be in a net positive revenue position even if it has to refund unamortized portions of the SBLs to field seat SBL holders in the future. How does that work? The NFL may direct the seats without warning. In any given NFL, they could remove them. In the event that the NFL decided to move, remove, or alter the seats in any given year, the stadium authority would need to assign a comparable seat or refund the unamortized portion of the SBL to the SBL holder. That's our responsibility. Find a better seat, a new seat, a comparable seat, or refund the money. Since it's unlikely there will be any comparable seats, since these are field seats, we believe that the acceptable option would be that the stadium authority would carry the obligation of refunding the unamortized portion of the SBL to the customer. Keep in mind that the stadium authority is not responsible for paying costs related to the food and beverage amenities or construction, maintenance, or deconstruction of the field seats. So stadium authority's obligation for potential SBL refunds for the 24 seats will change over time. The potential refund amount, if the seats are not available, adjust per year due to, one, the requirement that only the unamortized portion needs to be refunded if no comparable seats are available, and two, the timing of the receipt of the SBL payment. SBL proceeds must be spent on debt repayment upon the date of receipt. Stadium authority cannot hold on to any SBL revenue from these field seats to be used for any potential refunds if no comparable seats are available and need to find alternative funds to refund the unamortized portion of the SBLs. Comparable seats are available, and we need to find alternative funds to refund the unamortized portion of the SBLs, such as operational revenues or reserves. But the net new effect still remains. So last piece of analysis is we reviewed the 17,500 price point and analyzed this proposal, and we have determined that it is to be fair market value. And here's the summary of the analysis. We took a look at the current resale value of the SBLs, today's value, 2024, to evaluate the market's appetite for SBLs. And so we looked at the original 70 field seats and the ones that are located in north and south end zones, and no field seat SBLs have been resold. So there's no data point there. They were sold in 2022. But the pricing for the other SBLs throughout the stadium, over 90% of the stadium has SBLs sold. These are the non-field seats we believe are relevant, and it tells an interesting story. Non-field seat SBLs throughout the stadium are selling at a 5% to 77% discount on the secondary market, with a blended average of 39%. Discount to face value, which is the face value of the various SBLs. And this is due in part to the annual depreciating value of the SBL term life. That term life is fixed, each year it depreciates. So that concludes our analysis. With that background, proposal, and analysis, as stated, staff recommends, one, to approve the stadium manager and Stadco's recommendation to assign and sell SBLs priced at $17,500 per seat for the proposed additional 24 field seats located in north and south end zones at Levi Stadium, and two, to authorize the executive director to execute an amendment number 1 to the SBL allocation agreement to include the 24 field seats and to extend the annual SBL cutoff date from May 31st, 2024 to June 30th, 2024 for the corresponding SBLs. Thank you, and happy to take questions.
Thank you for that report. Did you have something else?
That's it. No,
Okay.
just
Authority Member Hardy.
Thank you. I have 3 specific questions. You mentioned the cost for moving those field seats for a non-NFL situation. I was not clear if that was part of what the Stadium Authority would be responsible for, because that was $8,000, I think you said. I was curious if we are low on our ADA seating. I was made aware of this requirement by a friend who is legally blind, who said that they can request at any kind of an entertainment situation an ADA, and it has to be granted, or accommodations have to be made. So I found that very interesting, because those were SBLs that weren't sold, but knowing if we have to have a supply of that depending on what the demand is. And the last one was on page 3 of the agenda report. The last bullet point says ticket sales for the field seats would grow at 5% annually. However, and this is what caught my attention, Stadium Authority's collection of NFL ticket surcharge ends in 2039. So I'd like a little bit of an explanation there. Thank you.
Thank you. Other questions? Authority Member Watanabe.
Okay, I have some questions. So just as a reminder, back in 2021, it was a 5-2 vote to add these seats. So looking at some information regarding the average price per ticket of these seats, what they anticipate charging, the average price is $1,375. And so, or some will be less, and the more popular games, probably like the Chiefs, the Kansas City Chiefs, will be a heck of a lot more because people anticipate that Travis Kelce's girlfriend is going to be attending the game next year. But when you're looking at $1,375 per ticket and 94 seats, that comes out to $129,250. And over 10 games, that is an average, again, of almost $1.3 million revenue for the ticket sales. And when you look at the fact that the Stadium Authority, if I've heard you correctly, the Stadium Authority is making $650,000 for those field seats based on the $17,500 over 30 years. Where's the parity? Once again, I don't want to say what I said earlier, but there's a little bit of a discrepancy there. And so I think you answered this question, but about what happens to these seats during FIFA, for instance. So, and I guess other non-NFL events. And then I would like to know if this is market value for these seats. I believe we had talked about in 21, there was discussion about that, asking $20,000 for these seats instead of $17,500. So I'm wondering who determined what the market value is for these seats. And I guess one last question, will they have, I think there was something in the report about having access to clubs, like I think the Cache Creek Club was something that was talked about in 21. So will they have access to clubs? I know you mentioned about the food and beverage, but will they have access to clubs as well? Thank you.
Authority Member Jane.
Yeah, I believe you said that all of the money from the SBLs has to go to pay down debt. But if you have to refund this money, it wasn't clear where that money would come from. Would that come from Stadium Authority reserves, or where would that money come from?
Authority Member Becker.
Thank you, Mayor. So my kind of questions in regarding fair market value and kind of where Councilmember Watanabe was coming from too in some regards. So was there basically comparison to other stadiums? I'm sure that you did. I just want to know what the other stadiums were like, what the same prices were. For example, Councilmember Watanabe brought up like the Kansas City Chiefs. Well, that might be a comparable team because both these teams are in the Super Bowl. So want to make sure we get fair market, what we can out of it. But at the same time, I think it seems like that might be the normal thing. Other thing is other NFL stadiums, because I'm a little, I guess naive to this, of other NFL stadiums, do they have similar field seats like we do on our stadium?
Any other questions? Authority Member Watanabe.
I apologize. 2 questions. Do we know how big these seats are? because, I mean, I've seen them in the past, and they're pretty big, so I'm just wondering how they were able to fit in an additional 20 seats. And then the other question, because they are SBLs, are they strictly for NFL? Because the reason I ask that is because the SBL owners, and because my husband and I, we have a couple of seats, the SBL owners usually get first dibs on other events, like upcoming concerts and other non-NFL events. So will they have that same ability, considering that these seats are not permanent? Thank you, that's all.
The only question I have is, you talked about fair market value, and I'm just wondering if I understood it correctly, that you did your assessment of fair market value based upon the fact that there haven't been any resales of the original $17,000 seat licenses. And did you even take into consideration the cost of tickets for those seats versus the cost of tickets for other seat licenses in the stadium? So I think that's it for questions.
Great. So I've reached out to Christine Jung to get a few clarifying questions, but I can answer most of these, and a couple of the questions are being answered now. Okay. So let me start with Board Member Hardy. You had a couple questions around moving seats for the NFL. Who's responsible for the $8,000? Stadium manager's responsible for that. They're responsible for the construction, removal, moving the seats. We have no obligation. So when those seats are moved for games, et cetera, they bear that responsibility. And so if we don't assign SBLs to those seats, we bear the responsibility, which is kind of the theme here, which is these seats are considered our seats if they are not SBL seats that are subject to these amenities and them bearing the costs. We bear the costs. We bear the costs that come with general ticket sales. So in the event that they would need to be moved, that would be part of the expenses that we would bear as the stadium authority. With respect to the second question, which is the percent of the total the right percent for ADA set-asides. And basically, we came up with that total based on what has been sold to date and what's been set aside, which is different than actually an ADA patron wanting to buy a ticket. That's different from an SBL holder that doesn't necessarily have an ADA card, right? So we do know that 2 ADA holders bought SBLs, but what the stadium managers told us is that they have no sort of process, and we're working on this, to legally be able to require that someone presents an ADA certification or some sort of validation at their ADA in order to purchase a ticket, or purchase an SBL, excuse me. If they come to the game and they want access, they want equal access, they have to be able to provide that, so they set aside this. To the extent that that's accurate or not, it's based on the historical of the percentage that they've set aside in terms of the SBL sales, which is what's at stake here. And that's what they've set aside, and so they sold 2 out of 66, and so we believe that 2 out of 24 is the right pro rata percentage moving forward. And then page 3, the last bullet, it says ticket sales at 5%. So yeah, they would, if we sell them next, they grow 5%, but the surcharge, could you clarify that again in terms of what was the issue with 2039?
I'm reading directly from the report. It says, however, Stadium Authority's collection of NFL ticket surcharge ends in 2039.
Right, so that surcharge is a separate stream of revenue that is not related, right? So that's what's in the lease, and it's completely separate than our clip or our escalator of 5%. Yeah, so it's already in our agreement. So that's, hopefully that answers your question. Okay, moving to Board Member Watanabe. So again, where's the parity? We're not happy with the parity. That's not something that we took lightly. And I think that touches on, Madam Chair, your question too, which is what's going on here. They're selling tickets for, $1,375, and yet, these SBLs for life for $1,750. The issue is that the reason we really are pushing for this at this time is because if we don't sell the SBLs, then we're responsible for the costs of those tickets, right? We're responsible for the costs that come with managing those seats, right? Which includes any food and beverage, any maintenance, all that gets sold anyway, right? So if they're not SBLs assigned to those, then stadium manager sells the tickets at that same rate, possibly even more because they're not having to, have the SBL cost. So they're going to get that revenue, we get the cost. That's the way it's structured, unfortunately. So when we have the opportunity to sell SBLs, we take that opportunity because we get that revenue off the SBLs, which mitigates the risk of the construction when they move the seats, especially with field seats, as well as the amenities that come with that. And that's sort of our analysis on it. In terms of the Cache Creek Club, I do have an answer, and that is that we do not know the specific club. The SBL agreement does not specify which club, only that they are granted club access. It just says club generic access. It doesn't say Cache Creek. It says club access. And that's in the agreement. How big are the seats? I'm going to have to get back to you on that. I'm going to have to get back to you on the size of the seats. But we'll definitely get back to you very quickly on that.
You'd fit, Councilmember Watanabe. You would fit.
And then strictly for the
Guarantee
NFL,
that,
the SBL agreement with SBL holders includes the following amenity: priority right to purchase tickets before such tickets are marketed and sold to the general public to certain events at the stadium, such as season tickets to an amateur or professional sports team other than another NFL team, which may in the future use the stadium as its home stadium subject to the terms and conditions. That's the letter of the law.
So they don't get access, or they don't get first dibs for concerts or other NFL events, soccer matches, things like that.
Yeah, I'm just reading verbatim, such as season tickets to an amateur or professional sports team, which may in the future use the stadium as its home.
Seems like, yeah, that's, again, not good parity there either. Okay, thank you.
Okay, and then moving to Member Sudds, if we have to refund the money in the event that the unamortized amount, it needs to be refunded because NFL decides to move the seats. Yes, that needs to be paid for debt, so the proceeds, so we would need to come out of a different fund, right? So it could be various sources, but, that would be a decision that we make at that time. The Stadium Authority has, many options in terms of where those funds can come from, but they can't come from the funds from the sale of the SBLs. So we're going to have to pull them from another resource, which could be, let me just pull up a few examples here. It's operational revenues or reserves. Getting a little help here. Just one second, make sure I said that right. Yeah, operational reserves. Member Becker, you mentioned the fair market value of other stadiums.
Yeah. Just 1 second through the chair. I wanted to make sure I emphasize one of my questions a little more, which was about, if other stadiums have field seats, if it's kind of the same thing. Does the NFL kind of have a requirement for field seats because of that NFL experience, fan experience kind of thing? So I just want to make sure that was included in that question.
Yeah, so let me answer the second part. I do not have the answer to the second part, which is does the NFL have a requirement? I do know that the field seats are different than the other ones because they're on the ground floor, right? And so I can get back to you on the exact rationale behind that, and whether that's applied to every team. So we'll get back on that question. With respect to the analysis for other stadiums, it's difficult to get information. This was an endeavor we took on with respect to the naming rights to see what the market value is across the teams and Various sources confirm that if you have an amortized asset such as a license, and these are sort of new structures, right? This isn't something that is grandfathered in a lot of stadiums. If they're amortized, then the value typically goes down. That's the general math on it. That's the most I could get. But we can continue to sort of see what data comes back with respect to the business model around SBLs. With ours specifically, and I think this is your question, Mayor, is, we looked at, the question that we asked stadium manager was, we need to understand more about what's going on with these SBL licenses, because you are responsible for reselling them too. And they gave us a full spreadsheet, which we can present to you, that tells you exactly what happened, and that's where we found out that there were no field seats that were actually sold. So there's no data point there, unfortunately. But if you look at every other seat, besides those seats, the value has gone down significantly. So we took that as a significant and relevant data point to suggest that perhaps 17.5 might even, not even be doable. But they've assured us that they feel like with the time frame they can sell them at 17.5. Again, if they don't sell them, they sell them directly, right, without an SBL, and then the price could actually go down. So if you're a potential SBL holder that's looking to get those seats, you might wait, right? And so you can kind of game the market with respect to how our SBLs are structured, because there's a time frame, and so you can wait, and then we bear the cost. So we noticed that, and we kind of said, all right, based on our analysis, we think that this protects the downside risk, gives us the maximum upside in terms of the revenue that we get, as well as the amenities that we're not responsible for. So that's
The second part of my question was, did you consider the ticket prices when you were doing your analysis on the fair market value of these seats?
Yes, we were, the answer to that is yes, we did, and that's why we really tried to, I think, break the system to see what we could do here, right? Like what could we do to get it to 20,000 or 25? And each time we pulled the onion back based on weight, the parity's not there. We noticed that because they can sell those tickets to a non-SBL holder at the same price or higher, we lose in that scenario. So option B is worse than option A, right? Which is potentially pricing them too high. Someone waits, they go back in the market, they get them cheaper, right? That's what we saw was a realistic scenario, because we only have a certain amount of time to sell these SBLs, and you have to wait till the next year. And then they become that less valuable because they're depreciating every year.
Really? Okay.
That's the analysis.
Wow. Okay. Authority Member Becker?
Oh, that was, sorry, that was the interjecting question. I put my hand
Authority
down.
Member Park?
Yes, so clarification there. So I think you said that we haven't resold a seat as of yet, and it's because no one's defaulted on a payment or they have not refunded the seat. But you did give us numbers for, I guess, unofficial resales, like, I don't know if it's gray market, black market, something just. And so are these actual things that have happened, which is no one has defaulted on a seat, so we've never had to resell one because of that. No one's refunded a seat so that we could resell one officially that way. But you have found seats on the open market. And again, say more ties. So if you've got seat licenses for 10 years, every year it's going to go down by a minimum of 10%, I would think. Is there so if that's true, is there a process for saying, I'm moving, I'm no longer this area, I would like to get a refund, an official refund for this seat? Is that a thing? Because, I guess the question is, why would people go through the trouble of selling seats for less or potentially looking for their own buyer if there were an official way to just return the seat and get the money back for the unused years?
Yeah, that's a good question. All the questions are good questions. That one is interesting because, you can't get a refund for an SBL. You can sell it on the STR, which is the marketplace they control, right? So the data that we were able to get was based on the STR data that they were able to extract, actual transactions. The numbers that we can't extract are private exchanges. If I call you and exchange it, so that's actual data. and you exchange it on the marketplace that they control, and they were able to pull those numbers and see what the resale value was. That's an actual spreadsheet that says here's what the resale value was for the SBLs. They're outside of the field seats.
So the
Throughout
STRs,
the bowl, those are sold at different price points, right? And we were able to see those numbers.
so the STR is essentially the official resale
Right.
market, okay.
The STR has a lot of liquidity, and that's where we're able to see those transactions, and that's where it was a negative 39% on average.
Okay, and then
Less than the face value.
Okay, then that makes me not understand I think you made the statement that we haven't had a resell. We've never resold.
Field seats.
Okay. Fair.
So that, yeah, it gets a little confusing because I'm just talking about the field seats, the 70 field seats in the north and south end zones. The rest of the bowl also has SBLs. Those are sold.
Understood.
The field seats have not been sold.
Okay, thank you.
But the other ones have, and that's where we're able to analyze what was the price point for those SBLs, and that's where it was 3 to 77% discounted on the SBL part, right? Because that just gives you a right to buy season tickets. Then you buy the season tickets at the market value. So the SBLs are kind of just a pathway. So they're depreciating. That's what we analyzed.
Other questions? All right, I'm going to go to the public, which I don't think anyone's up at this hour, but I see nobody in the audience. Anyone online? All right, no one online either, so. Authority members?
Make a motion to approve staff's recommendation.
I will second that. I think it's our best option.
Authority member Becker?
Thank you, Mayor. So one clarification, I would really like to get some information from staff when appropriate, whenever it's appropriate based on the stadium information of comparing to other stadiums and what maybe might entail those kind of costs. If other stadiums have those seats, if the NFL requires those kind of seats. I just did a little search online right now for the Seattle Seahawks. The Seahawks have seats on the field. Actually, the Arizona Cardinals have, they call them casitas or something. It's like little patio-looking kind of things in their end zones. So I'm just kind of curious if we could find out little information on those, because I just want some comparables, because then we can show we're trying to make some money, because, you know, I think it comes down to, if you want to have a football in your lap, if you want to be a part of the action, if you want to, you know, have NFL players running into you, that, you know, that's what you're going to pay for it. And if we can make money off of that, let's make some money off of that. So, but I'd like to see some other comparables, just so then we have that basis of, these are the reasons why we're doing this. And then it's basically, we can defend ourselves. So appreciate that. And I will be supporting the motion.
Any other comments? So I just wanted to say I didn't support the last time this came forward at 17,000, because I thought, I had looked at the ticket prices at the time when this majority of this council authority board approved the first 17,000, and their ticket prices for these seats were in the thousands of dollars per game. And so I thought, well, that just isn't fair, because just for the public that will watch this at a later time, the money from the seat license comes to us, the stadium authority, and we use that money completely to pay down the stadium debt. The ticket money goes to the 49ers. So that's the split between this, and that's why these seat licenses are important to us, because the quicker we pay down that debt, the better for us. So when I saw the 17,000, I thought it was way too low. I didn't support it. And again, they have gone on and received thousands of dollars per ticket per game, and the better the team does, the higher those prices have gone. I've seen them at $5,000 or $6,000 per game for these tickets. Okay, so fast forward, the board decided that was the best deal and they approved it. I didn't support it. So now, looking at, you know, what's important to me is the price of these licenses, because we're supposed to have a license on every seat in the stadium, besides the clubs. So if we didn't have a license, which we didn't for the first couple of years, they just put them in without our approval, they paid all the costs. We weren't stuck with those costs, they paid them. So I kind of dispute that, which was said that if we don't do this, almost like we're so desperate, if we don't do this, we're gonna have all these costs. I don't agree with that. But so now going forward, I just looked at this stadium website, Levi's website, and it says, for the ultimate 49er experience, consider tickets in the field seat boxes. With fewer than 75 tickets available for each game, and here's the kicker, these are the most exclusive seats at Levi Stadium. And they say that in several places in the advertisement, that these are the seats most exclusive. So then I went and found the prices for the seat license and the average ticket price. So for these $17,500 seat licenses, the ticket price is $1,375 average per game. I think Councilmember Watanabe mentioned that, average per game. But again, I'm sure that doesn't include playoffs because they went through the roof for that, which is fine. They're getting a lot of money for the ticket, but we're down at $17,500 for the SBL. So I know in the report it compared this seat with the closest seat above, which was, I think it talked about a $6,000 SBL or a $12,000 SBL. But a $6,000 SBL, your ticket per game is $300. So there's a big difference there. And a $12,000 SBL, your ticket's $335. So let's go all the way up to the $80,000 SBL, which includes club. There's a whole section on club seats. The highest one that they advertise, and I know there's probably higher SBLs, but an $80,000 SBL has $575 per ticket. So what I see here is a disparity between what we're getting for our SBL and what they're charging for tickets. It should be more even like what these others are. And that's why I asked, how did you determine fair market value? You determined it based on, they haven't resold. Yeah, because they're good deals. They haven't resold. And you didn't look at the ticket prices, because if you did and compared them to any of the others, I mean, the highest ticket price was $575. The lowest up in the nosebleed is $89 a ticket. These are averages. But here we have average of $1,375 a ticket. All I want is for the Stadium Authority, us, the public, to get a fair market value for what we deserve for these seats. The best seats in the stadium, the most exclusive seats in the stadium, we're getting $17,500 for an SBL. So we are giving it away as far as I'm concerned. We gave it away last time, and what I heard from staff was, yeah, we don't like it. It's not in parity, but you're still recommending it anyway. It's like we're comparing it to the bad deal we did 2 years ago. That $17,000 was a bad deal, and this one's even worse. You didn't even do an annual increase on it. So I'm going to say I absolutely not support this. This is a big giveaway to add on to all the other giveaways, and the Stadium Authority and the public deserves better than this. We deserve what the actual fair market value. We are the ones that should see the upside. It shouldn't be this, unequal difference. Okay, there goes the council. All right, so I'm voting no. All right, Councilmember Park, Authority Member Park.
Yeah, I just want to say, if you know a good deal, I feel like maybe you should buy those tickets, buy those seats, and sell them yourself. I think that's a good thing.
That's not called for, Councilmember Park.
Oh, I'm saying
Authority
that
Member
this
Jane.
I'm not quite done yet. I mean, I understand what you're saying. You're trying to assign value to something that we don't have money before, and we're getting additional monies now. Again, I think that a lot of people who are diehard fans have season tickets. I think one of the reasons that people give discounts for add-ons is because they're trying to get new people in. I understand what you're saying. I understand the narrative that you have about, these people. I think that people need to remember the original 49er 5 wasn't us on the council. It was the people approving the stadium. I think that the narratives that you're trying to push onto the public are pretty bad. And you're in the position where, unfortunately, like, you can have it both ways, which is if you're successful, you can claim success for that. And if there's anything that's bad, anything that you don't like, you can push that. You can blame other people for that. And I think that that's not called for. So again, this is something that I would like to get more money on this too. But I don't know how to do the work to get this up. I mean, I would like to ask staff that if we get additional SBL sales, that I would like you to look at, just ask the question, how can we get more money for this? Like, what can we do? But that's not the question in front of us right now. I think what's in front of us is, do we want to not get additional money, or do we want to get additional money? And to be honest, I agree. I would like to get more money on these things. But again, unless you're going to go out and do the work, unless staff tells us there's a better way, there's a better path to making more money, got to look at the motion on the table. Thank you.
Authority Member Becker.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. Just looking up some information right now, it looks like it's almost kind of on par. I mean, looking at Ravens, I'm looking at the Buffalo Bills. It kind of looks almost kind of equitable, but I'm going to leave that to staff to get that professional information, let the professionals do that research. Because again, I am going to echo a lot of what Councilmember Park said. The more that we keep talking how negative this stadium is, the more it just keeps making Santa Clara look negative. So I agree wholeheartedly with what Councilmember Park's saying is, you can gaslight the public all you want, but, at the end of the day, we're just trying to do the right thing. And again, it wasn't the stadium, it wasn't the 49er 5, it was the Stadium 5, and you were one of those members, Mayor.
Authority Member Jane.
The history of this was that the Manco or Stadco was putting in these field seats, and before we even agreed to sell SBLs for these. And they were making the money off of the season tickets and charging whatever they charge for these. And when we implemented the SBLs, we actually made money to pay down our debt, and clearly our debt is being paid down much faster than anyone expected. Now, they, as Assistant City Manager has said, they could continue to do that. They could continue to just sell season tickets for these seats and not sell SBLs. And they would make the same amount of money. They'd make their $1,375. So to me, this is kind of gravy. I'm glad that we increased it from the recommended 12,000 to the 17,500, but I have to trust staff that they did their homework on this. What I would also like to understand at this time is that we make 10% off of every ticket. So but that's the NFL list price or something like that. I don't understand what the 1,375, is that the NFL price and we get 10% of that? Or is that a resale price and we don't get, because I've heard that there's a difference. We get 10% of some list price or MSRP, but the actual price is much higher than that. So what do we get 10% on? Thank you.
Councilmember Watanabe, but I know the NFL said the stadium, they set a base price and we get 10%. Then they have all kinds of premium costs on top of it. They set the low base price. Councilmember, Authority Member Watanabe.
Yeah, thank you, Director. So my last comment, and this has to do with the Assistant City Manager mentioned about the restrictions that are being put on these monies, and how the money from the SBLs can only be used to pay down the debt. And frankly, it can't be used in any other way, like if issue refunds or anything like that. It has to be used to pay down the debt. I mean, if there has been such success in paying down the debt, why are restrictions being put on these SBL funds. And I guess I resent that because, again, you know, we're the landlords, they're the tenants, but it just seems that that is always forgotten, and yet we have to abide by their rules, whereas, you know, there are things that we would rather do, but yet we have these restrictions put upon us. And again, when we are the landlord and they are the tenant. That's all.
Thank you. City Clerk, Stadium Authority Clerk, whatever kind of clerk you are right now. Authority Clerk. Please register your vote. And that passes 4-2. All right, next item and last item, Manuel.
I had asked some questions that I didn't get answers to.
Well, maybe you can get those in writing. Go ahead, Manuel. We're moving on.
Actually, I'd like to
I'm sorry, both of
point of
you.
personal privilege.
We have
which is
moved on.
I
We've
am-
already voted.
And I am not talking about the item. I would like to make a point of personal privilege. I have a daughter at home that needs a little bit of work, so I need to go. I'm going to leave early.
All right, Manuel, up, down. This time for sure. Go ahead, please. Oh, wait, item number 10, action authorizing the city manager to negotiate and execute an agreement with vendor for the purchase of high-voltage circuit breakers to be funded by the Electric Utility Capital Fund. Thank you for staying with us so late. Not sure you had a choice, but thank you.
Good evening, Mayor. Good evening, members of the council. Pleasure to be here tonight. It's a very big item for us, and I do want to thank both Alan and Ali, who are out in Zoom, still up. I just texted with them a couple of minutes ago.
Thank you to those two as well.
Yes, and I'll make this very brief for you. So we're here tonight to discuss the purchase of high-voltage circuit breakers, which is another element of our growth expansion plan and reconstruction of our facilities. The agenda, we'll talk about the upgrades, some dedicated substations in addition to the growth that we're doing, why we're doing it, the RFP process, the fact that we want to move forward, direct negotiations, and ultimately staff recommendation. So I've spoken to you at length about our NRS and SRS projects. I do want to note that the 30% design for NRS now has been submitted, 60% design for SRS and KRS has been submitted. And this is one of those items, as you know, procurement's an issue right now, and we're starting early procurement to make sure we can meet those 2027, 2028 schedules. In addition to the growth expansion projects, we also have 2 customer substations that we're working on and procuring for. One is the Esperanza substation, which serves a number of developments in the city, and Juliet substation, which is an expansion for Intel, who's trying to, who's in the process of expanding their capacity as well. So what it does, of course, it replaces equipment that is getting to the point to be obsolete, correctly sized, and also allows for expansion. You know the stations are over 50 years old, and as I mentioned, we also need the breakers for additional expansion projects in the city related to private development. And we went through a full RFP process. We had 53 companies view the RFP. We had 2 bids received. Unfortunately, both were deemed non-responsive. Key component, they did not meet our standard terms and conditions, and even more important, they could not meet our schedule. So we did, just to let you know, we tried very hard. We extended out multiple times to try to make sure we could get vendors, and that's ultimately where we ended. So what we're asking for is direct negotiations. We're going to negotiate with several vendors to really kind of meet our specifications, but also meet our delivery requirements, really meet our schedules. We're looking at buying 78 total breakers, so it's, for us, a very big purchase. And starting deliveries in 2026 to 2027, obviously, they have to be phased in. So with that, what we're looking is authority for the city manager to negotiate and execute those agreements with multiple vendors as needed for up to $38 million, approve a 15% contingency, and ultimately also authorize the city manager to take all the actions and execute all the agreements necessary to move forward with the purchase orders. So shortening up my presentation, that concludes staff presentation. I'm available for any questions.
That was really too fast, Manuel. I don't know if I can think that quickly right now. Are there any questions on this one? And we have Councilmember Hardy.
Real quick question. we're on a time frame, and we know that, and I see that that's why we're having to change up the process. Is this still part of our struggle to get electronics and part of the infrastructure and I guess shipping and things like this? Is this what's causing us trouble?
Yes. So basically, procurement of all parts for in the electric world are an issue right now. Last time we were here, transformers, although we got bids we could meet and we could meet our schedule. With the breakers, we got bids that didn't meet our requirements, also didn't meet our schedules. So through this process of direct negotiation, because we can be much more specific as well as negotiate with other vendors, with multiple vendors at the same time, we think we can package something that will help us meet the schedules that we need to. Yes, but this is specifically related to that. Just continues, and just to let you know, we spoke with the same vendors 6-9 months ago, and at that time they gave us different information.
Authority, Councilmember Jane.
Usually you would think that the vendors have better contacts with the manufacturers, and here we're kind of going directly to the manufacturers. Do you anticipate that the prices will be higher because we're trying to get them earlier, we're kind of paying expedite fees, and then will those costs be covered by the data centers or by whoever needs this power?
Yes, so the two items, we are negotiating with multiple vendors, so they're all going to be able to provide different things, and schedule will be part of that. We're seeing higher costs across the board, and certainly they'll, for us, schedule is a priority. It's not just the money associated with it. So we will take schedule into consideration. In some cases, kind of what that means financially, I think, because we're negotiating with multiple vendors, I want to keep it just at a high-level perspective right now. With regards to who pays for it, I think we kind of gone through this before, but really varies by project. Say the expansion projects, for example, for NRS, for SRS and KRS, right? Full rebuilds and expansion is a combination of two things. Is low development fee, which is all paid by new development, and then we have the ratepayers. And then the ratepayers, the portion that, to give you an example, say it's 50-50. Those are not the correct numbers for simplicity's sake of math. 50% would be paid by new developers. That's low development fee. The other 50% would be paid by ratepayers, and that would be broken down by the percentages. So 92% of our customers are industrial, so they would pay for 92% of the cost. 6% of our customers are residential, so they would pay only for 6% of the cost of that portion of the reconstruction. For the, say, Juliet substation, that's specifically for Intel, Intel pays for the full cost of that one. So it varies depending on the project.
Vice Mayor Becker.
Thank you, Mayor. I'd like to make a motion to take staff recommendation.
Wait, is this a public hearing? No, it isn't. Okay, staff recommendation.
Second.
We have a second. A motion and a second. Any other comments, questions?
Madam Mayor, just a note, even if not a public hearing, still need to go to the public. I'm assuming there's no one there.
The public. Oh, there are, let's see, it's all staff people. All right.
Yeah.
Any member of the public?
I'm assuming not, but just want to check.
Thank you. I'm
Thanks,
sorry, I am a little tired. Okay. We've been here going since what, 4:30? Yeah, straight, almost no breaks. Okay. Well, at least for me and some people. City Clerk, we are ready now. No member of the public has raised their hand. Please register your vote. Everyone registered their vote? And that passes 5-0. Thank you so much. Thank you. Reports of members and special committees. Oh, please, there's 3. Make them like a minute. Okay, Councilmember Becker, go first.
Thank you, Mayor. Yes, Caltrain is having their electric tour on May 11th from 10:30 a.m. to 2:30 p.m. Come out and experience the future of Caltrain with their tour of their brand new electric trains, as well as our Stevens Creek Corridor Steering Committee meeting number 4, which basically we're going to talk about the vision study. That meeting is May 17th. I remember prior I told everybody it was sorry, the meeting was May 17th. The meeting is now May 23rd, 2024, and it will be at San Jose City Hall Council Chambers.
Thank you. Who was next? Councilmember Watanabe?
Just keeping with Asian Heritage Month, I just wanted to report about the festival that I attended in Fremont on Saturday, which was very well attended. It was really nice that the city, between the city of Fremont and the Festival of Globe, put on this great event with a lot of different performances from different countries, a lot of beautiful costumes, and just a lot of heritage and culture. So anyway, it was a great event. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Hardy?
Thank you. On the Sunday, May 5th, Mercury News, on the very front of the food section, they listed the very best chocolate chip cookies in the entire Bay Area, and they happened to be in Santa Clara, our Choco Cookies. And they made a big deal about how hard it is to find it, but how it's worth it. And I apologize, I was going to pick some up, but I had to run from school, so I'll make certain I bring some so you can all see that they're not kidding. They're the best.
I feel like I invest in Choco because my daughter she's figured out you can DoorDash them too. And they're at our house for every occasion. They're delicious. We had them at our tree lighting ceremony. That's where we found them originally. Yeah, they are hard to find. All right, thank you. Just a reminder, Friday night is the tequila tasting at the Triton Museum. Saturday is Library Palooza at the Triton Museum. So if you're looking for things to do this week, there's plenty. City Manager, Executive Director report from your office?
No report.
Thank you. That leads us to our adjournment. I don't have any adjournments today. Is there a motion to adjourn? Is there a second? Motion and a second to adjourn. When you're ready, City Clerk. Please register your vote. That was the quickest one up I've seen. Okay, here we go.
I had it ready to go.
And that passes 5-0 with those on the dais, and this meeting is adjourned. Thank you. Drive home safely, ride home safely, everyone.